And it does. And perfect. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh. Oh no. Well, good morning everyone. Today it's gonna be a very interesting day. My name is Kabu, and today I also decided that I wanted to be sad. That I wanted to get mentally and emotionally attacked by a video game. Mm, Yesterday was a bit of a special day because I finished chapter 24. I got absolutely no information about chapter 25, and I probably shouldn't have streamed yesterday because I was feeling really tired. I was feeling really tired, and I didn't have my drink, my normal drink. So I would probably maybe there's a possibility that I felt a little bit dehydrated because I just didn't feel really good while I was streaming, and my words were all over the place. The feeling that I had like in my head was also all over the place. Mm. I had to take an afternoon nap and try and fix myself from what I was feeling. So it wasn't very good. Plus, with all the things happening in like the story, I probably missed a couple of like things because I wasn't like in full concentration mode. So that sucks. So I definitely should have just like waited and maybe done that stream today. But well, now I know. Don't force yourself to do like a stream if you're not feeling really good. Just take the rest day. She's like, no problem with taking the rest day, but I also really wanted to continue with the story. So it's just like, I was feeling just like the the need to actually continue. So today, I mentioned keep japping to a minimum. I have to finish this whole chapter in one day, and hopefully I'll be able to. Chapters at the end of the arc actually are a little bit shorter, or so far have been a little bit shorter than normal chapters. But chapters have also not been as long as both of these, where it's 30 minutes per stage, because there's a lot of talking, a lot of explaining, and a lot of like the characters giving on like their own thoughts of what's going on inside of like the story. So you get more information about what's going on and how the characters are feeling, which is really nice. But I don't know how it's gonna go with this chapter. So let's just start it. Enough japping. We stopped at the part where Kiana is actually taken into the theater of domination once again after we thought that we had eliminated them. Except we as players already knew that we hadn't eliminated them because there was another chapter, of course. It was pretty obvious. And so far, the attack that the puppets did was stealthy, because everybody has their guard down, thinking that the puppets are gone, and this was part of the puppets, part of the puppets' plan, because the puppets were really planning on just like making them give out like the announcement that they had gotten rid of the Legion Herrscher, and now if they decide to actually come back and bring out all this like pain and destruction and conspiracy and stuff like that, then everyone's trust in anti-entropy is gonna go down the drain. Plus, if they're able to take over Kiana and bring out the Herrscher of the Void, and the Herrscher of the Void starts bringing hell, then it also like absolutely plummet anti-entropy's trust into the negatives, because they're telling everyone that Kiana can control herself. Kiana is can control the Herrscher of the Void. Kiana is a good person. Kiana will never do anything evil. And by making Kiana evil, by taking control of her, by turning her into like a puppet or bringing out seeding, which now we know that they were just like going for those two plans. They were first going for the plan of bringing out seeding, but then they figured out that because of a lot of like things that are going on in Kiana's mind, that Kiana, it might be possible or like way easier to actually turn Kiana into a puppet by using her despair and sadness, and just have her like wreak havoc as the new Herrscher of the Void, while keeping sitting asleep. inside the Herrscher core. And that's pretty much the story so far. So now, without further ado, let's go. Attention, attention. Everyone be advised that the sparrow shall stand trial in this court. And I still have no idea what these riddles mean. Right? Fuhua and Bronya. Let's go. Start. Go, 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 go. Fast. Fast, fast, fast. How long did I jab for? Like 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Alright, good, perfect. The alarm began to blare in the Salt Lake base. Oops, I skipped it. So the Herrscher of the Legion, I thought that they were actually going to do all of the things like stealthily, but it looks like they went straight into the attack. Not only going against Kiana, but also going against the base. They're trapped. So the plan just like they set up all this like all these things to just like have all of anti-entropy like trapped inside of the base. No comms, they already got rid of it. They got Kiana. They started taking control of the mechs because before they had the mechs posted somewhere else in order for them to not be for the puppets to not be able to take control of it. And because, well, like I mentioned before, it's like everybody's guard sits down. They think the Herrscher is gone, but they aren't gone, and now they're just like wreaking havoc inside the base. And they can't pin it on the Herrscher yet because they don't have any information. And they might be after getting the cores back. Yeah, something very bad. Oh, we wish it was just her imagination. And here's the reveal. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's this one. I can never tell which Fuhua it is that I'm actually using. 1, 2, 3. Hold button. 3. I really like this Fuhua though, because she has like the highest amounts of like iframes of any character in the game. Yep, it's looking really bad. But I have trust in our friendly Valkyries. They'll be able to manage. Oh. Wait, are they using the same thing that happened with May? Where they just like they're able to like create the cores back in the theater of domination, and that's why there's all the puppets that we knew, the calm puppet and the excited puppet were back there just doing like the trial thing against Kiana. Is that why they were there? Just like that, the cores? Huh. The cores being in the anti-entropy base didn't mean that they were like safe there, because they could take them back at any point in time by creating the puppets once again in the theater of domination, and the core would just like spawn back inside those puppets. Maybe, maybe, or maybe they took him back. Like they had like one small little puppet just like come over, but the amount of security that they have, that wouldn't be possible, right? Runner rushed to the window and found the vault now vacant. They dissipated.
警報が鳴った時、僕たちは実験室で律者コアのサンプルのマイクロ波分析をしていた。しかし、サンプルが突如崩れ始め、エネルギー反応も消えてしまった。
This should be the same thing that happened to the, what was it, the Gem of Conquest that Kiana had inside her, when May turned into like the Herrscher of Thunder. Just the old core disappears, and it goes back to the and it gets remade inside of the what would she be called? Like the current user, or like the newest user of the Herrscher core.
何かがおかしいと思った僕とテスラ博士は他のコアの状態を調べようとすぐここに来たんだが、ここに着いた時、回収した支配の律者のコアがすべて消えていたんだ。
Probably happened at the same time. Everything. Nope. Shouldn't be possible.
現場の調査を行ったが、その可能性はないと思われる。部屋に出入りした痕跡はなく、保管していた装置も無傷だった。それらの状況から、コアは内部で突如消えたとしか考えられない。
その後気候が暴走して、私たちはここに閉じ込められたってわけ。自分たちの基地の隅っこにね。
I mean, they're better off being safe inside the vault than out there just like getting attacked by the mechs. Until somebody just like comes over and defeats the mechs, which would be Hugo and Bronya.
こちらからも悪いお知らせがあります。気候の状態は以前律者に操られていた時とまるっきり同じで、さらにクグツコアが気候から見つかりました。
ブロニャお姉ちゃん。
ゼレ。
ゼレ、それに学園長。
I guess they're done with their mission.
よかった。みんなここにいたのね。
テレサさん、外の状況は？
暴走した気候はすべて鎮圧したわ。スタッフはみんな避難所に逃げたから、怪我人はいない。
Great, perfect.
子供たちも無事よ。ただ、誰かキアナを見かけなかった？
いえ、一緒にいるのかと思っていました。
Is this where they get the reveal that the puppets actually took Kiana, or that they might have taken Kiana?
テスラ博士、キアナのリストバンドの追跡は可能ですか？もうやってるわ。は？圏外？リストバンドが壊れたんですか？ありえないわ。この装置は私が作ったのよ。どこにいたって絶対に見つけられるはず。
But what if it isn't inside our own known space, known as like our little like universe, you know? Because the theater of domination is supposed to be an imaginary space. So.
空の律者の力を使って虚数空間に入ったのでしょうか？
いや、空間を移動すると力を使うため、急速に上昇する曲線が観測データ上に残る。
ですが、そういった記録はありません。キアナ、まさか。
They search for Kiana throughout the base.
隅々まで探しましたが、見つかりません。でも、キアナの部屋でこれを見つけました。手のひらサイズですが、この見た目はおそらく。
A puppet.
人形。しかも、まだ壊れてない。
And it's not broken. And we know that they're broken. I was watching Tectone's stream. He's doing a podcast when he asked who is the strongest character in lore. They said, well, what? And I was laughing. Hey, Himal. Yeah, I think even somebody that doesn't really know much information knows that Weld isn't the strongest character in the lore, because he's not a complete Herrscher. He was forced to take the Herrscher core. because the previous user was dying at that moment in time. Like Bronya is supposed to be like stronger than Welt, right?
人形またソルトレイク基地に現れたの？
Mm.
ちょっとあんたたち勝手に話を進めないでちょうだい。
I did say hi to you, right, Kemal? I can't remember. I just like started talking and then I forgot the things that I was saying. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on your time zone. Hope your day has been going great.
千人律者が復活したとか言うんじゃないでしょうね。散々苦労してやっと全部倒したっていうのに。
But there's no other explanation, Tesla.
今度は何よ。これは
Mm.
どういうこと？
Windows kept popping up on the screen, delivering visual feeds from all over the globe. There are 9 people in the podcast. In the podcast. Box 2 is the one who has played, but he skipped everything in this. Ugh. I mean, I can get... From this game, right? We're talking about this game. Because I do know Tectone isn't... It's supposed to be a Hoyoverse creator, but he hasn't played all of the games. He started from Genshin, if I remember correctly.
この人たちは
But yeah, I'm just like not. I don't really like watch him because I'm not a fan of him. He's sort of like a drama tuber where he only just like brings drama from like the games that he's playing, which are because that's what brings the views, and I just really don't like that. It's feels kind of scummy.
なんだかみんな少し様子がおかしい。
Well, just the weakest in the lore. Would he be the weakest? There should be a couple of characters that are that are weaker than Welt.
この人料理してたのに急に包丁を人に向け始めたわ。
Ooh.
あちらスピーチの途中で急に止まってしまいました。呼ばれても反応がありません。
Mm.
みんな自我を失ったみたい。
Wendy is. Please leave her alone. She hasn't been here for like over 20 chapters. Let's just forget about her. Unless maybe we talk about Hokagaku and Wendy. Hokagaku and Wendy should be strong.
待ってください。知っている顔があります。
知ってるに決まってるわ。これは人形の宿主たちよ。ここ数週間私たちはずっとこの人たちの状態を監視してきたでしょ。
Mm.
今まで何ともなかったから正常に戻ったと思ったのに。なのにどうして一気に数百人もの人間が。
Well, is this enough to bring up the conclusion of the Herrscher has been revived? So compared to GC because they stomp Honkai Impact better than HSR.
テスラ博士、受け入れがたい事実だが、すべての辻褄が合う結論は一つしかない。第十律者は再びやってくる。
Mm-hmm.
ちょっとボサ頭、どうしてそう落ち着いていられるわけ？まさか前々からこうなるって予想してたの？
いや、僕も驚いているさ。ただ、コアの結晶を分析していた時から、常に最悪な状況が起きる可能性も考えていたんだ。
Smart.
最悪な状況ですか？
I mean, everyone wants to think that the Herrscher is like gone, but there were like a lot of like little like clues that we probably had in order to be able to tell that the Herrscher was still like around. Like Bronia's like the biggest clue. Her power like not returning.
ああ、外部からのプレッシャーがある中、僕たちは千人律者による災害がひとまず収束したと宣言し、名手もその後の処置で奔走している。しかし、それはあくまで観察から得た推論に過ぎず、確かな証拠ではない。
In chat, people were saying Finality Kiana is the strongest, but nobody fucking because nobody has played Honkai Impact.
何しろ敵が1000体のみであり、増殖も再生もできないとは誰も明言していないからね。すべて僕たちが全文明の記録をもとに推測した結果に過ぎない。もし その全てが僕たちの一方的な願望でしかなく、そして千人律者も僕たちを意図的にそう誘導しようとしていたら。
それっておとり作戦はむしろ相手がそう仕向けさせた罠だってこと？
Yep.
でも数字的に千人律者のコアのエネルギーレベルは通常律者の1000分の1しかなかったのよ。
ごまかす方法はいくらでもある。例えば人形の数は1000を少し超えただけの1001体だったり、そしたらエネルギーの差はほぼ生まれない。
I see. Box 2 only collects characters, but skips all story lore. They only care about Honkai Star Rail story. Well, I can see like if you are only like interested in one game, that it's fine. But I'm gonna guess that he's a big content creator, and that's why he can do, or like he has like enough like money to be able to just like collect characters, and he just plays this game as just like just to be like a collectionist. But if you're doing that, you shouldn't be talking a lot about how you know information about the game. It doesn't spend money. It doesn't spend money.
それにそれぞれのコアから観測できた崩壊エネルギーは完全に一致していたわけではない。そうなるとその違いはますます曖昧なものとなり、機械を騙すこともできるだろう。もしくは人形は支配の律者が持つ力の付属品に過ぎず、本物の支配の律者はまだどこかに隠れているか。
The puppets don't move on their own, and there has to be someone that's moving the strings, which would be the real Herrscher.
一つでもコアがあれば律者は消滅せず、しかも全ての仲間を復活させることができる。
He's free to play, and 80% of his characters are level 1.
1000体の個体を犠牲にして一つの個体のためチャンスを作る。そんなこと本当にできるの？
全文明の千人律者はそれほど綿密な計画を持ち合わせてはいませんでした。律者たちもまた進化していることを認めなければならないでしょう。
Yeah, here's the thing. Like I think every single Herrscher that has been born in this like era is like very, very different from how they were in like the previous era. Or at the very least, we know about the Earth and the Earth Herrscher not being the same in this era, because the Earth Herrscher turned into like Herrscher of the Stars. But the rest of the Herrschers, I actually don't have any information, so I can't say anything. It's like this idea that has been in the back of my mind of like the Herrscher just like being completely different, like every single Herrscher, because of the same thing of like the Herrscher of Earth from the previous era and the Herrscher of the Stars from this era, which are like maybe night and day difference. Like they're like not even close to being like the same. But he wants Herrscher of Sentience and HSR. I mean, isn't that a little bit too much of a cope? Like thinking that that character might be in Honkai Star Rail, because there's like absolutely zero connection. I know there's X-Pies in like all the like the Hoyoverse games, but for there to be like a character that's supposed to be like her, it's just like nigh impossible, maybe, if anything.
もしかしたら支配の律者はこれまでに出現した全ての律者の中で最も人間性の強い律者かもしれません。
Like that's like my I have like I don't have much information, but that's like my my very like zero information like take on it. It's just like it might be nigh impossible to have her, because she's supposed to be like unique in this game. It's not going to be Herrscher of Sentinel. It's always going to be Fuhua. I mean, that's fair, because Fuhua has been Honkai Gakuen on this one, and since Honkai Star Rail is supposed to be like a part of like the Honkai series, then it'd be fair, because there's also Bronya in that game. Who else is there? Himeko. Himeko's supposed to be in that game, and I think those are all the ones that I know.
自分が弱いから正面突破では勝てないと知っているからこそ最初から捨 て身の戦法を取ったのではないでしょうか。わざわざ目くらましを使ったのもその一環です。律者の目標は最初からキアナだったんだと思います。
Yep.
錆びたランタンから煙が出て、暗闇の中で子供が騒ぎ、観客たちは拍手しながら笑い、異色の瞳が外に落ちる。
Now this makes sense. The rusted tin glows as if they get like they become happy because they see something that wasn't supposed to like be. They get happy about the victory. The children shout, which is everybody in anti-entropy is like happy, and the audience laughs about like defeating the Herrscher. And though the odd eye pops out, and that be when this be like the saying of like the trap is like sprung on the Herrscher of the Legion, or the Legion Herrscher. I keep saying Herrscher of Legion, but it's Legion Herrscher.
ソルトレイク基地が襲撃される前に発見したチケットだけど、その予告にあった異色の瞳ってやっぱりキアナのこと？
Or maybe I didn't completely understand the riddle. I'm not good with riddles.
ブローニャはそう思います。あの時はリスクを避けるため、ブローニャとゼーレだけが基地に残ったので、奴らの計画は失敗しましたが。でも人形たちは諦めていなかった。ずっとチャンスを伺っていた。
だから僕たちがおとり作戦を決行した時、奴らは罠だと知りながらやってきた。奴らにとってどんな代価を支払おうとも、キアナが北極収容所に送られることは阻止したかったんだろう。
Honkai started out, they did Bronya 30 because Welt and Bronya has family relationship, but there's literally no interaction with Welt and Bronya. I guess I'll be able to tell when I play.
そして僕たちの気が緩み始めた頃を見計らい、機構を暴走させて基地内の電磁障壁を解除し、支配劇場へのつながりを可能にした。
So they were the ones that disarmed the barriers.
あとは前回果たせなかった演目をなせば、何もかもがチケットの予告通りになります。
本当に悪趣味な奴らね。
つまりキアナはすでに支配劇場にいるということでしょうか。
Yep.
今の状況からしてその可能性は高い。
厄介な敵です。奴らは弱点を隠し、自らの強みを発揮する術を心得ています。ブローニャたちは千人律者の力を甘く見ていました。
で、これからどうすればいいの？もう一度人形たちを倒してコアを回収するとか？そんな時間まだ残されてるか？
Well, the issue is that if they go with the same plan as before, then it's gonna end up the same, probably, with the whole deal of like there might be something pulling the strings of the puppets. We need to like find the real Herrscher of dominance in order to be able to stop everything.
または前回と同じように私たちを支配劇場に入れるよう人形たちを誘導しますか？
But would they? I mean, their plan is working. They just need to take Kiana. They don't need anyone else.
いや、2週間かけて千人律者は僕たちの警戒を緩めた。しかし同時に僕たちはこの2週間で以前はできなかったことができるようになった。今回もこちらから仕掛けよう。僕たちの力で支配劇場に入るんだ。
Ah. And how we'll know later. Right, part 2. May. Huh. Interesting. Heliopolis HQ. Giza, Egypt. A girl in black walked past all the people dressed in white suits and no one stopped her. The researchers were only able to catch a glimpse of Dr. Cleo's honored guest.
珍しい客だな。どういう風の吹き回しだ？ライ、
Oops.
ビクター、客と2人で話した。
There's one thing I didn't like about part 2 explanation, because in Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, the normal chest gave 5 crystal, but single pool is 160. While in Honkai Impact 3rd, part 2, normal chest also gave 5 crystals, but it's 280 for a single pool.
まだ言うな。当ててみる。そうだな。さてはやっと私の身体検査を受ける気になったんだな。賢い選択だ。あんたにとっても、
I hate you.
私にとってもこの世界にとって
It's so much, Jackal.
よく考えてみろ。人類の意識が主導権を握る律者だ。あんたは羽の生え揃っていないひな鳥とは雲泥の差がある。
But we actually have a couple. Welt, Bronya, Kiana.
あなたのくだらない話を聞きに来たわけじゃないわ。
Even maybe like Owl could even count as a Herrscher with a human mind. Before he decided to sacrifice himself, giving his core to Anna.
それは悲しいな。こちらは心からそう思って言っているのに。
May took out 3 cubic containers with golden rims and tossed them on the table.
ベネベントの古城火事、バレンシアの海洋事件、それにカイロの釉薬事。いずれもヨルムンガンダの記録にある特殊個体。あなたが興味を持つものでもあるでしょう。
Oh?
ああ、そいつらは他の人形との接触を拒み、常に単独行動をとっていてな。奴らの思想に不純物が混ざった結果だろう。それが宿主によるものか、他の影響によるものかは知らないが。何せ支配の律者に選ばれた人間は1000人もいる。その中に変わったやつが混じっていたとしても何もおかしくはない。そう思わないか？
全部あなたにあげるわ。
Inside each container, a crystallized core with a strange color was floating.
無論ただじゃない。そうだろ？
この3つの特殊個体から千人律者に対するあなたの研究成果が欲しい。
So curious, the world serpent has like technology that makes it so that the cores don't dissipate and go back to the theater of domination.
これは取引よ。受け入れるか断るか答え。
これほど魅力的な条件。断る理由などないさ。
Jackal gently turned the globe on the table, and the door behind them shut down.
ついてこい。あんたも知ってると思うが、千人律者の能力は支配。他の律者コアの力を奪い支配することだ。奴らの個体は多く、いずれも力が弱い。だが、組織として互いに協力し合い、機を伺って行動することができる。
全文明起源の第十律者はそういった支配の力を持っていなかった。
まあ、あんたみたいに崩壊と対立する律者もいなかったがな。奴らはまるであんたたちに対抗するために生まれたみたい。律者を獲物とし、その力を奪い封印し、そして自分のものにして成長し続ける。
So yeah, it's like true power isn't dominate normal people and cause chaos. It's what you mentioned. Or was it? Where was it? Seize power from other Herrschers.
でも一つ腑に落ちないことがあるわ。
言ってみろ。
律者の力を奪うことが目的なら、ヨルムンガンドが最初に狙われたはずよ。
Okay.
私の他にヨルムンガンドには3つの律者コアが保管されているもの。人形たちがすれば組織内部に入り込むことも決して不可能じゃない。
So there's like 4 Herrschers inside World Serpent.
でも千人律者はそうしなかった。その上、私が支配劇場に入った時、私のことを予想外の客と呼んでいたわ。その後接触もしてこなかった。矛盾してる。
理にかなった推理だな。
Yep.
お世辞はいらない。
まずは律者コアに関する質問に答えよう。また私の推測になるが、支配の律者が奪えるのはコアの力であって、コア本体ではない。
Also, maybe it's the case of they need the Herrscher core to be like in a person in order to be for them to be able to use the powers. Because I do remember when they talked about the divine key that they mentioned something around the likes of a dead core is not is of no interest to me. What we want is like an alive core or something like that. Also, when they kind of like why talk to 1,000 NPC in story, just like Genshin. I know world building is good in story, but focusing on character development is better in my opinion. They're going with Genshin Road, which sucks because Genshin story suck balls. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but it's just like that's just like an opinion. I know a lot of people that really love Genshin story, so yeah. Like again, this is another thing. It's just like I can't really like agree or disagree with you because I haven't played it myself.
だから奴らにとって勇気を持ったコアの方がより高い価値を持つ。
The only thing that I can just like say is just like for the newest like Honkai Star Rail story, like people were really excited. My friend was just like screaming into my ear about it, so it was probably something like really good. But since I didn't start playing during the time where Genshin was like throwing out like their stories, I didn't just like get much information about it. Like my friend kept me in the dark. He gave me like little bits and pieces, but he wasn't just like as excited as when as he was for like the Star Rail story, because I wasn't playing the games at that moment in time, so I can't really tell. I'm sort of like in the fence at the moment. But the thing about RPGs is that it's nice to talk about to like NPCs. It's like one of those things is like if you wanna learn about like the world and things that are happening around in the world, like you gotta like actually interact with people, like if like you do in like the in the real world. Like if you go to like another country, you talk to people in that country to actually find out about like their well, the place that they live in. Genshin lore is decent, but 99% of the lore is not even on the story. It's in books and artifacts, and that's nice. I like that because it's an RPG. That's the thing about RPGs. RPGs do not work the same way as, for example, like in this game, because this game is sort of like it's an action game, but it also has like a visual novelty kind of feel, with all like this like dialogue that's going on and all of like these scenes where the characters talk. It's way different in the way that they're supposed to like tell their story.
容器のないコアだと使える力が限られてるから。
その通りだ。完全に使用できないわけじゃないが、誰かが代わりにその代償を払ってくれるなら、奴らは喜んでそうするだろう。
The thing about it is just it's the difference in design of like the of how like the different types of like genre of a game are it's a difference in storytelling that every single genre has to like deal with. Like for example, if you play a game like Skyrim, that's also something that they do. It's just like they only give you the most important bits through the story, but a lot of like other stuff, the hidden stuff, you'd find in books, and they just like talking with people around in towns, finding somebody randomly outside in a random place in the world, and suddenly they need help, and they give you like the lore of like the area. That's sort of like the thing. They just like they do it through like side quests, through like side content, optional content, not through the main content. And if you only focus on the main content, then you'd be missing some of the stuff that they're drawing out in like books and other stuff. Books like and people talk with each other. So yeah, that's my opinion in this regard. But like I mentioned, everybody has like their own opinions. So somebody that likes for the story to be given to them like straight to the face, it's like it's fair. I don't think your opinion is wrong in any regards. It's just like it depends on the type of game that you're playing, and every single game is also gonna have like their own way that they want to tell like their story. So people that developed this game decided to just like give it to you straight. They also have a little bit of like extra like story given on some like the documents that they have that I bet people actually skip because it's not on the main path of the story. Like the story about Sele in chapter 23. I bet people skip that. The manga in this game as well. People, I'm 100% sure people skip that. And the visual novels for this game, I'm 1000% sure people skip it. And it's a lot of good information that it's in those like in that side content. A lot of really good information and lore.
でも千人律者は最初から私を攻撃するつもりがないみたいだった。私が自ら劇場に入った時も行動がかなり消極的だったわ。今になって思い返してみると、わざと分かりやすい誘導をして私が律者の力を使わないよう警戒心を強めさせたんじゃないかしら。
Also, after we finish part 2, we can't replay the story. Ooh. Alright. On that one, I can just be like 100% on your side, just like, oh, that's not very good. Ooh.
まるである事実を隠すために。
奴らは雷の律者の力を奪えない。
But they were trying to make her use her Herrscher power. Also, why would it be different from Bronya?
それがあんたの欲しかった答えだろ。
やっぱり。
Huh.
支配の律者が力を奪う過程。
Oh no, oh, it started to screw up the CG.
力のぶつかり合いに過ぎない。まさに弱肉強食。敗者を自分たちの支配下に置くのさ。
If you're trying to make open world game, then why make Genshin? Not sure I get the question.
しかし、もし相手が自分たちよりも強い力を持っていれば、そのダッシュは抵抗され、両者の力比べとなる。そして、支配の律者がその対決で負けたら、何が起こるかはわからないが、
fair.
奴の行動が答えを示唆している。人形一つ一つの力はあまりにも弱い。そんなリスクを背負えはしないだろう。奴らには分かってるんだ。あの半人前の律者たちにはできないが、完全覚醒したあんたなら、奴らに勝つ可能性があると。少なくとも今はな。
それこそ、私があなたのところに来た理由でもあるわ。支配の律者はまだ消えてなんていない。私はそう感じるの。支配劇場は誰も知らないところでまだ存在してる。
Honkai Impact 3rd has the same open world like Genshin, then what is unique about Honkai Impact now? Well, everything else.
人形と人形の間にはリアルタイムで情報を交換する未知の手段があって、それを使って感覚、情報、奪った力を共有してるわ。千人律者は見えない糸でつながっていて、それが巨大なネットワークを織りなし、すべての個体、そしてあの支配劇場につながってる。それなら私たちもそのネットワークを利用して奴らの劇場に行けるはずよ。奴らが強くなってしまう前に。
ライデン・メイ。私たちは案外気が合うかもしれないね。
I don't think May will like you very much, Jackal. The elevator stopped.
入れ。
ここは
I mean, May already probably already knows everything that Jackal is doing, and she's probably not very okay with it. Well, like part 2 open world, if they made like Afro 2.
あんたの欲しかった千人律者のネットワークに接続できる装置だ。口で説明するより目で見た方が早いだろう。
Jackal took a crystallized core whose color had faded from the cabinet.
少し離れて。あ、失礼。あんたなら怪我の心配はいらないな。
Jackal began to operate the equipment skillfully.
渡りガラスの任務報告を見たが、 あんたたちはあのおもちゃみたいな人形と接触した後、支配劇場に引きずり込まれた。そうだ。
ええ。そして私たちが支配劇場を出た後、人形は壊れた。
接触という行為はある種の信号かもしれない。それなら接触の形を少し変え、さらに回収したコアを通して信号を出力する。
I see. I get it.
外部から支配劇場の扉を開くことができる。
So if this like connection or this like network that they have, this sort of like it's like activated. The things that they do is activated through like some sort of like code or signal that they use every single time. Like, oh, I want to use the Herrscher of Reason's power, so they send like a signal to the original Herrscher of Dominance, and then the Herrscher of Dominance just like gives back the power for them to use the Herrscher of Reason's power. So if there's also like a signal in order to be able to open the pathway to the Theater of Dominance, then they just have to like simulate that same signal and send it over to the Herrscher of Dominance, and the Herrscher of Dominance, because it doesn't know that it's actually just like that it's something else throwing out like the signal. They probably aren't prepared for this because it hasn't happened before to them. It will just like open the pathway and they can use it, or something of the sort. With a snap, something in the air seemed to be burned and twisted.
見えたか？
一瞬糸のようなものが見えたわ。
あれが空間の隙間だ。まだかなり弱く、持続時間も短い。そこでこういったコアが必要になる。
Jackal pointed at the cubic box in her hand.
前にも言ったが、これらの特殊個体の行動は異常で、集団の輪からはみ出ている。おそらく他の人形も奴らを異常者だと思ってるんだろう。だからこそ細工がしやすく、気づかれることもない。
So if one of these cores would be sending that one signal to open the pathway to the Theater of Domination, then because they're so unique and they're such outliers, then it wouldn't seem suspicious to the Herrscher of Dominance.
この3つのコアを使えば足りる
？2日くれ。完璧なものにしてやる。
2 days.
長すぎる。
Oh.
あんたにはわからないと思うが、やることがたくさんあるんだよ。隙間の大きさ、位置、持続時間の固定化。それらは一気にできるわけじゃない。時間が必要だ。
1日しか待てない。
人の話を聞いてたか？ライデンメイ、このコア、さっきあんたから渡された時よりも小さくなっていないか？
Because she took it out? Or are they actually dissipating? As they spoke, the core in the container shrank visibly. Alright, I was wrong. The container actually doesn't stop from them to go from the core. No, English. The container is not stopping the core from dissipating and going back into the Theater of Domination. Mei reacted faster to the situation than Jackal. She grasped the box in Jackal's hand and put it on the lab bench. There will be no timing if we don't do it now.
唯一のタイミングでもあるわ。この操作台で合ってる？
正気か？
ごめんなさい。あなたの操作を見て覚えたわ。
Smart.
協力ありがとう、プリオ博士。
おい！あんたの体は貴重な実験材料だ。傷をつけるな。
It worked.
必ず無傷で戻ってこい。まったく。おとなしそうな顔をして、こうも向こう水な行動をとると。それとも、今の世代の律者はみんなあんな感じなのか？
I was thinking, Fuhua doesn't really fit this, but Fuhua isn't actually the Herrscher. It's the Herrscher of Sentience, and she is a loose cannon with a cute face.
世の中、変わったな。
うまくいったわ。景色が前と違う。ここは劇場の外周かしら。
Proceed towards the entrance of the theater lobby.
招かれざる客だ。
Hello.
立ち去れ、立ち去れ。ここはあなたを歓迎しない。
How mean. She's also a Herrscher.
知ってるわ。歓迎されてないからこそここに来たんだもの。
あなたが支配劇場に入る資格はない。他の客を招待しないといけないんだから邪魔しないで。
邪魔しに来たのよ。そんなに慌てて私を追い出そうとしてるのは私が怖いから？
怖い？世間知らずの小娘なんて怖くない。あなたには自分の意見がない。いつも誰かに従って誰かに頼ってる。その律者の力も奪っておもちゃにしてやる。
いいわ。やれるものならやってみます。
Yeah, tell him, May. There we go.
しつこいよ。ねちねちして鬱陶しい。
Annoying, pestering you, but weren't you gonna be taking her Herrscher power?
怪物が人形もどんどん出てくる。迎撃してるというより時間稼ぎをしてる。
Ow, 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 ow.
この支配劇場に他にも誰かいる？まさか。
Once you find out.
その顔、もう気づいたんだね。嫌な予感がしてるかな。誰なのか知りたいよね。でも教えない。あなたが律者の力をくれるなら教えてあげるけど、そしたら二人の親友の力を使って彼女に歴史的な
From
再
her
会
two
を味わわ
besties.
せてやる。
Who's the other one?
キアナち
Bronya, because they currently have the power of Bronya.
あ、当てられた、当てられちゃったよ。
Oh, well, thank you for telling us.
うっかり口を滑らせた。滑らせた。
Yep.
でも大丈夫。もう手遅れ。間に合わないよ。彼女はもう舞台に上がった。あなたは観客席からただ見てることしかできない。一番大事な人なのにね。大事すぎて自分の意志も捨てるほどだったのに。
We'll see about
あな
that.
たの人生には彼女しかいない。彼女から離れたらあなたは何もできない。けどそれでどうなった？結局のところ、彼女は危険な目にあった。あなたは何を守ったというんだ？
I wonder if this is part of like their plan. If they are able to actually get Kiana's power and turn her into an enemy of humanity, then will the despair that May would feel make it so that they can turn her into a puppet or take her power?
バカみたいに誰かが敷いた道を歩いて全てを捨てたのに、彼女のために稼げた時間はたったの数週間だった。それなら最初から離れなければよかったのに、そもそも離れていなければ一緒に死ねたものを。よかったよかった。これがあなたの本望なんでしょ？
それがあなたたちにできる最大限の悪態なのかしら？大したことないわね。
The tone of voice she had at the end.
なんだと？
あなたたちは最初から一つ勘違いしてるわ。
Oh? Go on?
今日に至るまで、たとえ私がそばにいなくても、彼女は強くなることができた。彼女が私のそばにいなくても、私は迷わず進み続けることができた。だって、私は彼女がどんな選択をするかわかるし、彼女も私の決心をよく理解してくれてるから。
距離や立場で変わることじゃない。互いを信じ合ってるからこそ私たちの選んだ道を歩き続ける。
Damn, this song is good. And the things that she is saying are also really good.
別々の道を歩むことになった。違う方法で完璧じゃない現状を私たちの望むものへと変えようと思ったから。私たちの旅路はいつか交わる。
Well said, well said.
私のすべきことは最善の姿でその日を迎えること。綺麗事ばかり。
Mei has also like grown so much from that chapter. From like everything that has happened from the start of the game, Mei has like turned from like being absolutely weak and just being like a very, very like weak heroine to becoming so strong and independent that she can do anything that she actually just like she can do anything that she wants by herself with the power that she gained.
確かに私たちの別れは急すぎた。今思い返せばもっといい別れ方があったかもしれない。でも何があろうと私は同じ一歩を踏み出す。そうでなければここであなたたちの結末を見届けることはできないでしょう。
Either she would be standing here, nor Kiana would be standing here.
結局あなたたちはキアナちゃんのこともハイペリオンのみんなのことも知らなすぎた。そして同じように私のことも何も知らない。
I'm back from the toilet and I'm gonna shit on the part 2 boss fight because it's shit. It doesn't have any emotional and memorial connection like part 1 and part 1.5 boss. Alright, you can go ahead. Just remember, no spoilers.
刀は鞘から出た。こいつ前に得た情報と全然違う。人違いだった。あなたたちの情報が古すぎるの。それともヨルムンガンド内部に潜入して情報収集する。怖かった。
Hello, Strom. How's it going? Did your work go well yesterday?
鞘から出た。
Yeah, yesterday. It would be yesterday at this point in time. Yesterday night.
彼女がそばにいなくてもいいって言ったくせに、どうして彼女を探そうとした？彼女に何かしようとするあなたたちを邪魔しに来たに決まってるでしょ。くそ、私たちみたいな力の弱い律者をいじめて恥ずかしく思わないのか？
Oh, finish before 4 p.m. Then, as you mentioned before, you have a free week. I'm glad for you. Yep, now I have free time this whole week. It's super nice. And the week has just started. I mean, it's Tuesday. Finishing things on Monday and having free time the entire week, that's great. That's absolutely great.
全然。よくもまあそう潔く認められるな。もういい。幸い、1000人分の知恵があれば窮地だろうと抜け道を見つけられる。同じ目標のためには犠牲もいとわない。みんなそういう覚悟はとうにできている。それが私たちのやり方だ。トカゲの尻尾切り、聞いたことない？ここを支配劇場から切り離す。そのまま現実に戻るといいよ。あなたがどれほど強い力を持っていたとしても、彼女の元には行けない。小細工ばかり。
And they're also not using that much by just sacrificing that platform.
褒めてくれてありがとう。それなら相応の代価を支払う覚悟もできてるわね。
It's time to get serious.
おや、怒ったよ。他に方法はない。こ
ここで全力を出さないと絶対の自信はないけど、それは向こうも同じはず。
うん。
おそらくチャンスは一度きり。タイミングを見極めて仕掛ける。
There we go.
今私たちを攻撃しても意味はないよ。
Wait patiently and do not use your Herrscher power
痛い
now.
のは嫌だ。だからこれ以上戦うというなら私たちも最終手段を使うしかないよ。
最終手段。
お楽しみに。お楽しみに。
Hey, hey, wait. We're not supposed to do that. They were talking to us? They were talking to me and they were talking to the player. We're the ones that are supposed to like stay tuned. For example, Alpha 1 boss fight has so much emotional impact, and Alpha 2 boss fight is 40 plus minutes. 40 minutes plus, not because it's hard, it's 40 minutes plus because it has so many mechanics, emotional moments, and hype as fuck at the end. And the part 2 boss fight isn't like that. Stage 3. Actually, how much time have I been streaming? Is it looking bad? An hour. Okay. 2 stages in an hour. Yeah, it's looking bad. It's looking bad already.
こちらから支配劇場に入る？
そんなことができるんですか？
ゼーレ、僕と一緒に説明してくれ。
はい。実は前回ゼーレとブローニャお姉ちゃんが支配劇場から逃げた後、アインシュタイン博士にそのことで相談を受けました。ゼーレが支配劇場から脱出した方法を分析して、現実から支配劇場に侵入する経路の算出を手伝ってほしいって言われたんです。
その後、僕たちは千人律者を倒したが、支配劇場の所在が不明なままでね。やはり安心できなかったんだ。で、支配の律者には空の律者のように現実世界で任意の場所に劇場の入り口を開くことはできないのだと気づいた。
I wonder if this is the same thing that they were explaining with Jackal, that there needs to be like some sort of like signal in order to be able to go into the theater.
現実のビーコンに頼らないと入り口を開けないみたいです。地図に画鋲を刺すみたいな。
事件現場に残された人形は千人律者のビーコンなんだ。人形の体内にあるコアを通して現実を支配劇場につなぐ仕組みになってる。つまり先ほど発見した人形を起点にすることで支配劇場に入る通路を作り出すことが可能というわけだ。
Because at the end of the day, that puppet is still intact. If it was broken, does that mean that the beacon is also just like not working anymore? Is that the case? Why we couldn't do this before?
それを実現させるには大量のデータ収集と演算が必要でしょ。今そんな余裕はないけど。
だからリスクを承知でこの近道を試すほかない。
ゼーレは支配劇場に3回も入ったことがあって、そのうち2回は自分で脱出しました。その経験を生かせば正しい位置をより早く探し出せるかもしれません。ゼーレ、大丈夫なの
？Part 2 boss has like 3 phases with no new mechanics, an emotional moment or hype as fuck moment, and it's simple as fuck. Next chapter boss has healing mechanic and she can bind as slow as and absolutely nothing new mechanically.
わかりませんが、やってみる価値はあると思います。
基地にはまだ支配の律者の影響を受けた人がいるかもしれない。直ちに行動しないと。これはキアナを救う方法の中で最も勝算のあるものだ。
他に方法はなさそうね。すぐに始めましょう。またあなたにお願いすることになるね。だってあの2回も全部あなたの力のおかげで助かったんだもん。力を合わせて一緒にキアナを助けよう。は？
Oh?
が荒くなったわね。その成長に私は喜ぶべきかしら。まあいいわ。緊急事態だし多めに見てあげる。全部片付いたらこの借りちゃんと返しなさいよ。どうすればいいの？このヘルメットをかぶればいいのかしら。機械はよくわからないから、とりあえず直感で間違った選択を排除することしかできないんだけど。
ああ、問題ない。
はいはい。
見つけた。そいつよ。
Here's that nobody's mentioning or just like giving off like a couple like question marks because of the difference of like their attitude.
そいつの位置を私たちの現在座標と接続。位置を固定して重ね合わせれば。
With a sharp crack sound, the space was ripped apart and a fissure appeared.
できたわ。支配劇場につながる道です。
Bruni exchanged a look with Teresa before she approached the fissure and reached out her hand. She disappeared.
状況はどう？無事に到着しました。前に入った時と同じ支配劇場です。
うん。
でも通路が不安定なため、一人ずつ入らないといけません。
次は私に行かせてください。
Fuhua walked to the fissure and prepared to enter. But the instant her hand touched the fissure, she was pulled in by a mighty force. An invisible force pushed Teresa away from the fissure. Then the fissure twisted and faded into nothing. I want good thing for Honkai Impact Third no more, but I don't. You want good things for Honkai Impact, nothing more. But you don't care about the open world in Part 2. If they make a better story in Chapter 2, Part 2. So you're hoping for something good.
まずい。厄介な奴らよ。侵入に気づかれたわ。奴らは内部から扉を閉じ、外部の訪問者を拒否してるみたい。
What's curious is that they also took both of the Herrscher users, or like the Herrscher core users, and left everyone else outside. And probably the one that is like the most dangerous to them, well, for one, the person that beat them before, and two, Teresa that has the Oath of Judah.
前はこんな臨機応変な対応をしなかったのに、中で何かが起きて警戒を強めたのかもしれないわ。
May.
ねえ、ちょっと待って。ボス頭、早く来て。こっちにも異変があった。
Oh?
監視中の人形の宿主全員、バイタルサインが低下してるわ。
Eh? They're killing the hosts?
ほぼ同時刻に意識不明に陥ってる。さすがに異常よね。
Ah, yeah.
一体どうなってんのよ。大中立者、一体何をしようとするつもり？
各地で人形による騒動も起こり始めた。どうやら僕たちと決着をつけるつもりだ。
So the people that they're not actually using to do something big, they're putting them into a coma, and the others are just causing even more trouble. It's like way more visible.
ゼレ、それにロザリアとリリア、まだ戦える人たちに通達して、直ちに出撃するわよ。でも、ブローニャお姉ちゃんとフカさんはまだ支配劇場に。隙間は閉じられた。今私たちにできることは彼女たちを信じることよ。ブローニャとフカならキアナを見つけて無事に帰ってくる。だから彼女たちが帰ってくるまで私たちがこの世界を守らないと。ここは博士たちに任せましょう。今は私たちにしかできないことがあるんだから。ゼーレ、わかりました。隙間が急に消えました。博士たちとの通信も切断されています。
Also, next update character is my favorite character. I don't even know her story, but I like her. I had battles with name is Mad Pleasure.
敵が私たちに気づいたのかもしれません。急いでキアナを見つけましょう。
はい。重装ウサギがキアナのリストバンドの信号を追跡中です。見つけました。やはりキアナは支配劇場にいます。
Nice.
この空間はかなり混沌としています。地図もなく、おおよその方向しかわかりません。
大丈夫です。その方向を目指して進みましょう。
Go upward. And upward we go.
気をつけてください。操られた敵とは違います。
Hey, I know these enemies.
奴らからはもっと不気味な気配を感じます。
The imaginary type has no counter relations with bio, psi, or mech types, but it's mutually countering with the QA type. IMG enemies are made up of two parts, the Nihilist Seed and the Nihilist Shell. You can only defeat an IMG enemy by killing the Nihilist Seed. And you can only attack the Nihilist Seed when the IMG enemy enters the vitalized Nihilist state. Otherwise, only the Nihilist Shell can be attacked. Somehow I got a hit in. When the Nihilist Shell's HP drops to 0, or casts special skills, it enters vitalized Nihilist Seed state. Right. Quite quantum. No, I haven't seen the... Oh god, I want to sneeze. I haven't seen the next character. I just remember my friend telling me that I would actually like her when I saw her, and that I should save for her. Has she already been revealed by official? By the official like accounts? If anything, I'm waiting for that, cause I'm not looking at leaks.
気のせいでしょうか。この階段、無限に伸びているような気がします。
気のせいではありません。空間そのものが伸びているようです。劇場の主はブローニャたちをここに閉じ込めようとしているんでしょうか。
別の手口を探しますか。
このまま進みましょう。
Wait. Okay, it's actually dead.
延々と登り続けてるのに疲れないのか。どうして立ち止まらない？こんな無意味なことをして何の意味がある？
やはり終わりのない階段を作るのはあなたたちにとっても大きな負担だったようですね。あなたたちの標的はあくまでキアナです。邪魔されないようブローニャたちを閉じ込めるにしても、こちらにあまり力を割くことはできません。
I mean, in general, this is a very good thing, because if creating infinite stairs is taking a lot of its power, then it means like right now it's splitting its power in like 3 parts, maybe even more, because of the things that are happening in the real world. And maybe that's also why a lot of like people just went into a coma, because they're no longer using them, and they're saving their power to use it on like one of the sides of the riots, the infinite staircase, Kiana, or fighting against May. Okay, but they never have leaks, because the next update beta are open beta people can participate and react to it, and now Chinese server already has 7.4 update. Well, I mean, I guess I should change the way that I say it. It's I don't look at information that we're not supposed to know currently, in terms of like the our little like timeline that we have over on our non-Chinese side.
だから同じ階段を作ってブローニャたちに無限という錯覚を与え、諦めさせようとしました。ブローニャの考えは合っていますか？
これだから言葉の律者は嫌いだ。律者の力を使えなくなったというのに面倒なやつめ。
The thing is that that's also like one of the reasons why I put the foreshadowing rule like down in like my rules, because it's like, even if you don't have like the full information and you just see like little bits and pieces of something, it's if you know a little bit of information from what's happening before that, you can like sort of like guess, or you can get an idea of what's going on. Like for example, let's say people are playing like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, and somebody's just saying, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, or like it's almost here, or like he's so close. Then immediately with all of that foreshadowing, you're gonna know that something's gonna happen next. Like, oh, maybe an enemy is gonna show up, oh, maybe something in the story is gonna show up, and you're just like you are unconsciously gonna end up being like on guard for whatever is gonna happen, and it's not gonna be that surprise that actually did happen to a lot of people. and it sort of just like ruins the experience. Well, maybe not ruins the experience, but it lessens the experience, the new player experience kind of thing. Teresa Lunar Banner is gonna rerun in April 12th or 17, I can't remember, but I'll get her full stigmata this time. Praying for your good luck, Strom.
断りの律者が引き継いできたのはコアではありません。信念です。あなたたちには一生かけても理解できないでしょうけど。
ああ、そうだ。その通りだ。私たちはあなた以下。あなたにはかなわない。そう言いたいんでしょ？でもいくら見下されようと、私たちはすごいことを成し遂げた。どんな手段を使おうとも、私たちは必ず勝利を手にする。
Not if we're here to stop you. You Herrscher of trash talking. Here we go. On to the next floor. Oh, my controller's just like stopping by itself.
あれは
私だ。私たちだよ。私たちは自分の命をもう一人の私たちとつないだ。機動力は下がるけど、これであなたたちも手は出せまい。
卑怯です。
構わない。どんどんやっていいんだよ。
Ah.
私を殺せばいい。
I linked myself to the other half, so that means that if we kill the puppet, it's gonna kill the host.
私たちは弱い。だから簡単だよ。ただ一撃でパッと消える。あの私もおしまいだ。
And that's the sacrifice that they're talking about. They have sacrificed so far a part of the theater of domination to get rid of Mei, and now they're sacrificing their lives, including the lives of their hosts, in order to be able to stop Fuhu and Bronia.
どうして攻撃を止めた？防戦一方じゃ私たちは倒せないよ。
She's so fun because if I put her as a leader, she becomes DPS, and Senadina as support. And if I put Senadina as a leader, she becomes support. Also, her charge attack changes. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. For them to release a character that is so versatile, to become like a DPS and a support as well. That's super nice. I like that. Because for a lot of games that have just like sort of like teams, if characters end up getting stuck in a DPS or a support spot, then you're gonna need it's like a puzzle where you need all the pieces for the team to be complete, and if you're missing pieces, then the team is just gonna be weak, and it sucks.
仲間を助けるんでしょ？私を殺せばいいじゃない。さあ来て。
And for games like this, supports are very, very important. Probably the most important, because supports can be used in different teams. You can just move them around, but DPSs are very, very unique, and like they stay on like their single like spot. And if they get like what's the word for it? It's I've heard this word so much and I forgot about it. And if they get power creep, if there's like power creep, because power creep is just like unstoppable. You literally cannot have a game without power creep. Quite literally, it's almost impossible to like stop it. And DPS would always are the ones that are going to be hit by power creep first. So that's why it's nice to get supports. Why supports are really important.
あなたたちの今の表情を見れて最高だよ。ほら見て、これが偽善者の弱さ、無力さだ。何の価値もない。
If I put Senadine as a leader, Hele becomes the third, and if I put Dilemma as the leader, Coralie becomes the third.
人質がいる限り、あなたたちは仲間の死をただ見ることしかできない。
Herrscher.
かわいそうなキアナ、見捨て
何か策はありますか？
まずは攻撃に耐えましょう。きっとチャンスはあるはずです。
我慢比べですか。私の得意分野です。
Said the person that has been alive for 50,000 years. A lot of patience this girl has.
奇遇ですね。
こうして誰かと背中を合わせて戦うのは久しくありませんでした。
でも悪くないでしょ。
そうですね。
きっと今頃キアナも必死に戦っています。ここを突破して助けに行きましょう。
ええ、そうですね。
待っててください、キアナ。
But before we continue, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Give me a second. Let me just do the usual thing. Text out. And BRB. I'm gonna be quick. There we go. When I started the stream, I was also having like problems with the my mic just like not unmuting itself. I noticed that the whatchamacallit, the VTube Studio menu was like showing, was probably showing for the entirety of the stream, so it's been showing for over an hour. So my bad. And I like how the Astral Ring synergy changes. The Astral Ring system changes the team synergy. I haven't played around with it too much, but since there's only one team, there probably isn't much that you can actually just like play around with. I guess it's like the good thing that now that it's releasing a second DPS, that you can actually tell that it can be like a good system for the game. It's nice. Right. That's not what I wanted to all tab into. Okay, let's go. Part 4. Who's next? Kiana. So we got Fuhua for like anti-entropy, then World Serpent, then anti-entropy again, and now Kiana. Bye-bye, Himal. Have a good night's sleep. Have a good rest. Have sleep for 8 hours. It's good for you. Thanks for hanging by and telling me a lot about the way that you think about the different Hoyoverse games. Ah. I wish we knew why it was here.
心の中にある答えを言ってみて。村田姫子はもう死んだんだよ。おい、耳が悪くなったのか？それとも言葉がわからない？それか絶望して考えることをやめた？村田姫子は死んだ。死んだ。死んだんだよ。聞こえてる？
At the end of the last chapter, Kiana's response were very, very strong, and she didn't give in to the despair of the things that the puppets were saying. But what about now? That's the question. That's a good expression.
何の反応もない。ちょっと冷たすぎるな。
じゃあ、あんたたちが想像してた私はどんな風に反応する予定だったの？泣き崩れて嘘だって何度もわめいてた？それとも気が狂っておかしくなって自分を傷つけることで罪から逃げようとしてた？それなら失望させちゃったかもね。
Well said, Kiana.
そんなはず。ああ、わかった。まだ我慢してるんだ。現実を受け入れようとしてないんでしょ。
May did say, the information that you have about us is outdated.
嘘だと思ってる？これが偽物だと思ってる？必死に落ち着こうとして何ともないふりをしてる？
Need to adjust my headset. And check something real quick. Right. Perfect.
いいよ。これの力を思う存分味わってみるといい。逃げるな、隠れるな。これは大好きな先生が使った力だよ。知ってる？これを発見したとき、虚数空間で
was drifting alone.
おかしいね。シンクの倉庫に埋め込まれてたはずなのに、彼女が持ってるはずなのに、一緒にいるはずの人はどこに行ったんだろうね。知ったこっちゃないけど。
But yeah, that's a big question. What happened to her?
あの日、彼女は死んだ。あなたに殺されたんだ。でもあの戦闘がなくても、彼女の体はもう長く持たないと分かってたはず。彼女は普通の人間。虚数空間から逃げるどころか、自分の存在を維持することすらできなかった。
She couldn't even maintain her existence.
あなたはその事実を受け入れることを拒んだ。また誰かが助けてくれる。起こるはずのない奇跡を、許されない罪が許されると妄信してるんだ。
Is that really possible? I can't tell because of all the things that this Herrscher has said. How it lies so much.
おかしい。こんなはずじゃなかった。こんなはずじゃなかったよ。プレイグジェムはもっと力があったはずなのに。
今だ。
どこだ？どこに行った？大事なお客さんはどこに行った？
あんたがどんな反応を望んでるかわからないけど、
And now we got the gem back.
奪われた、奪われたよ。
You're the ones that stole it.
正義の味方のふりして人から物を奪うとは。泥棒、強盗、死刑だ。
死刑だ。
もういい。そんなにプレイグジェムが欲しいならあげるよ。ただし代価を支払ってもらう。
Oh, and what will this weak Herrscher try to do? Kana's not using her Herrscher power after all. You can't take it. I talk too fast.
あなたは仲間になることを拒否したんだ。残念だけど、もう一人のお客さんを招待することにした。
There's only one person that they can actually be talking about now.
私たちの最初の標的は彼女だったけど、
Mm-hmm.
彼女を解放する過程はうまくいかなかった。
But how and why now?
全部あなたのせい。あなたのせいだ。口ではあんなことを言って強がってるけど、あなたは自分を騙せない。
Hmm?
私たちがプレイグジェムを取り出した瞬間、あなたの心、あなたの魂は確かに嘆いた。彼女がその隙を見逃すわけない。そうでしょ。そうだ。あの時、あのオットーとかいう天命の主教もあなたに同じことをしたでしょ。彼女の意識を呼び覚まし、そしてジェムを渡す。それがどういう結果をもたらすか、みんな知ってる。
Is it possible? Before, it was the gem of conquest that was within her, or that was in her hands. And that was why she was losing herself. And now that we're adding a gem, another gem, the gem of haste, into the mix, that's what is like broke the balance between Kiana and Sirin. And that's what's making it so that she has started like waking up.
あの時の最上演とでも思ってみて。
Mm.
さあ、出番が終わった役者はおとなしく退場するがいい。この後は次の演目で主役となる者の登場を歓迎しよう。歓迎するよ。空の律者、シーリン。
これは空の律者。
正解だ。
I am not happy about this development, but I'm happy to see the queen back. I am kinda a little bit happy that I'm seeing the queen back. It's been so long since we've heard about her.
大劇場の中にいるの。
I know this is supposed to be bad, but
人形の姿は見当たらない。
the queen is back,
意
so
識を失う前、私は
uh
鏡の中に何かが。
the people that are going to be watching the VOD are probably not going to be very happy about this reaction that I have, because I think the idea is that I'm supposed to be like, oh no, or something of the sort, just like despair that Kiana lost herself and the Herrscher of the Void is back. But I really miss her from chapter 9. I love her character in chapter 9. Same scene in her room, the mirror with Sirin. Hmm.
やっぱりそういうことか。
She's very calm.
どうやらお前には何か分かったみたいだな。
Hmm. Look at that smug face. Seeding. Ah, he didn't actually say seeding. How long has it been since this song played? Dude, I'm not supposed to be this happy about this, but God damn, I missed her. God damn. I missed her voice. I missed her attitude. I missed her face. I missed her music. I missed everything about the Herrscher of the Void. I love villains. I love villains. Whenever Otto shows up, he has something under the sleeve. He has just some sort of like extra plan. He's just like smart. He's just like doing so many things like behind the scenes. He's always prepared for everything. It's just like he doesn't let anything slip by. And her, the Herrscher of the Void, Sirin, in the Second Eruption manga, she was doing like a lot of things, but she was still something like a child. Her plans weren't like working out. They had like she was just like making the best of like the situations that were given to her, and she was able to actually go against humanity at that point in time. And humanity was the one that had to just like try to just like keep like trying to go against Sirin, because she just kept getting more and more and more powerful. And for some reason, on the on chapter 9, Sirin has become like more mature, or like maybe not more mature, but more smart, and she's just like stronger. She was only like weak against like the Celine and Himeko, because everyone else lost against her. The fallen background is fire. It is. It's absolutely lit, and it's not just a normal oven fire. It's so good. The song, it's insane. Wait, this part. Do you have it? This is what I was waiting for. The vocals, dude, on this song. It's so good. You having this song in the background, and then having the voice of like Sirin speaking to us, and not only that, it's this situation specific. This situation is specific. It's absolutely perfect, because it's with it. It's like her share of the dominance. It's not appearing here. There's no one else around them. It's literally Sirin versus Kiana, facing each other. Sitting with this like smug look on her face, and Kiana just like looking calmly against her, probably having some sort of like an angry face. Actually, she might not even have like an angry face, and like an angry expression going against Sirin. She's ready to go against her. She's calm. Her voice. It's perfect. The situation is perfect. Well, you got a little helper. It's not fair. Hmm. You know what I smell? I smell that if Sirin actually gets out, she will be the one destroying the Legion Herrscher and then destroying the world. And that's what I smell at the moment as to what might be happening if Sirin gets out. I like this too. You are my vessel, but also my enemy, and I am disappointed that you were this weak against such trash. You wish. But first, I think the audio is not okay at the moment. The song was it's really good, but I think I will lower it a little bit more and I will up the voice acting a little bit. I don't know if 80 might be too much, but Sitting was really low and she was kind of losing against the music, and we don't want that. Maybe it's part of CG. Let's up the CG a little bit. I hope it doesn't blast our ears. Oh. What I mentioned, she's very calm about all of this happening. She doesn't even like seem surprised. This is what I'm not very happy about. There's like no room for reconciliation. We've had so many Herrschers being pulled to the side of like humanity, but we can pull Sirin to the side of humanity. And we know like Sirin deserved much more. She didn't deserve all the pain and suffering that she was in, but she also committed like a lot of like sins. She killed so many people. And she brought hell on Earth for like, how long was it? A couple of days? A week? 2 days? 3 days? And she did so much on those like days, and like in that like time period. So it's like, it's also like unforgivable, but just, I'm not happy. Just like, if she gets to like disappear, I'm not gonna be like that happy. Like I mentioned it before, like I'm very very sad that Sirin just like became this, just like a absolute hatred for humanity. But I'm also happy that in another universe, like Gakuen, Sirin was able to actually found her like little, what do we call, her little piece of happiness, and she's having like a good life. And I'm just like waiting to actually see her like new design as a grown up, because they already like her best friend or like her idol, Shusho, already appeared as a grown up. So I'm just waiting for Sirin.
研究室で私はあんたから逃げられないってあんた言ったよね。その後私はずっとその言葉の意味を考えてた。あんたは誰、私は誰って答えをね。哲学的な話に付き合う暇はない。私は空の律者シーリン、そしてお前は実験体 K423。分かりきったことだ。だから全て律者がしたこと、お前の責任ではないし、お前のせいでもない。それはお前が仲間たちと慰め合うときにいつも使う言葉だろう。違う。確かに認めようとしなかったのは事実。でもそれを受け入れてこそ私は完全な魂になれて、あんたと対等に戦える可能性を手にできる。
She's gotten so much stronger.
私はあんた、私たちはこの体に存在する2つの意識、シーリンの願いによって生まれた2つの存在。
You are me, and we're two sides of the same coin. Two egos born of Siren's deepest wishes.
私もあんたもシーリンの延長だよ。
That is true. That is true, and yesterday I was thinking about it like a little bit. When I was thinking about Sirin, it's like when Otto was doing the the experiments, none of the clones actually were able to be they didn't have any sort of like consciousness. And it's the same thing that happened with like Fuhua, where if there's like no consciousness in the body, then of course none is going to be born out of nowhere. The only reason that Fuhua's body got a consciousness or a sentience in it was because a Herrscher was born inside of it, but that Herrscher was not Fuhua. So it's the same deal with like the clones. The only reason that the clone was able to actually wake up was because Otto implanted the Herrscher core. And there's only one consciousness that's supposed to be inside of that Herrscher core, which is Sirin. So whoever woke up had to be Sirin, nothing else.
何を言うかと思えば、今さら自分がシーリンだと名乗るのか。わけのわからないことを考えて頭がおかしくなったようだな。
But according to like what I'm thinking, according to like that theory, this should be correct.
いいだろう。見せてもらおうじゃないか。お前がシーリンなら、お前はどうやってその願いを叶えて、彼女が壊せなかった世界を壊すんだ。そう。それこそあんたが今まで使ってきた手段だよ。あんたは自分のことをシーリンだと言って悪意と憎しみを吐き出してきた。そういう方法で私と本物のシーリンを遮って私が自分の正体を見つめる機会を妨害してきた。でもそれはあんたの願いであってシーリンの願いじゃない。彼女の夢には激しい闇があったけど温かい光もあった。複雑で矛盾した感情が彼女の中で入り混じって、なのにあんたは憎しみだけを見せた。ちょっと過去の記憶を見ただけで感情移入したのか。いいだろう。ちゃんと話し合おうじゃないか。希望、信頼。人類はそういう言葉を口にするのが好きだな。何度も嘘を繰り返す。
あの真面目そうな研究員たちは希望という名のもとにシーリンを連れて行ったくせに彼女を地獄に突き落とした。
Now that when they brought up the idea of the dreams, I remember when I came up with like this conclusion of the seeding persona. It was on the dreams. There was like a point in like the last chapter where she was looking at the memories of like sitting, and there was a one point where she just sort of like wake up and just like she says something around the likes of like, if only I could have a second chance. I think that was when that idea suddenly came to my mind.
憎しみの種はあの時にすでにまかれたんだ。シーリンが二度と他人を信じなくなったのは人類自身に原因がある。
でもそこで彼女はアブローラ、アガタ、それにベラと知り合った。
うん。
これはシーリンがあの実験室で出会った友達の名前。彼女が最後まで心配してた名前だ。シーリンは彼女たちのことを忘れてなんかいない。崩壊はシーリンの心を引き裂いたけど、彼女たちの姿をシーリンの心から消すことはできなかった。彼女たちを思い出すたびにシーリンは悲しくなる。最後まで彼女はみんなとの再会を望んでた。
しかし彼女たちをシーリンから奪ったのも人類だ。あの子供たちは皆バビロン実験室の犠牲となった。彼女たちは死んだ。もう二度と生き返らない。たとえ死の律者の力をもってしてもできないことだ。何もなくなったシーリンには復讐しかなかった。彼女は神から授かった力であの地獄を血で洗い、悪魔たちが受けるべき審判を下した。
In the second eruption manga, even after like reviving those like Herrschers and call them, and she named them the same as her friends. Where is it? Aurora, Agatha, and Bella. Bella being Benares. But when they actually lost their fights, she like disposed of them. She didn't care about them.
あそこには無実の人間もいたが、シーリンにはどうでもよかった。彼女は自身の痛みを遠慮なく他人に与えた。彼女はもう人類の仲間をやめたからだ。
でもそんな時でも誰かが彼女を助けようとした。
Teresa, Cecilia.
テレサのことか。彼女は綺麗事ばかりでシーリンの気持ちを理解しようとしなかった。
It would have helped if it wasn't for her deep hatred for Shixar. The moment that she saw the logo, she just went berserk against her.
それともジークフリートのことか。彼はただの弱虫。他人の言いなりになって優柔不断で何もできなかった。
Well, she's actually not wrong about this. Siegfried didn't do much. She probably did it made things like worse. Siegfried. It was Cecilia the one that actually helped the most.
セシリアに関してはシーリンに何らかの感情を抱いていたかもしれないが、憎しみの前で愛はあまりにも無力だ。世界は彼女を許さない。彼女もシーリンと戦うしかできなかった。彼女たちはシーリンを殺した。それがお前の言った助けだ。お前が口にした善意も理解もシーリンにとっては一番の皮肉だ。
あんたが何を言おうと彼女たちは確かにシーリンの心にいた。果てしない暗闇の中でシーリンは終わらない夢を見てた。あんたにないがしろにされたぬくもりは夢の中で彼女が最も手にしたいと願った宝物だった。生まれ変わって普通の人として友達を作って平凡で幸せな家庭を手に入れることを彼女は願ってた。
Her final wish in the darkness.
彼女は両親の愛情を、母親の声を、その腕に抱きしめられたぬくもりを欲しがってた。
うん。
彼女は希望を、幸せを求め、セシリアから教わった言葉を何度も繰り返した。
Ich liebe dich。
その全てはコアの記憶に刻み込まれ、時を超えてその最後の祈りを未来へと届けると、新しい意識を育んだ。
Actually, I wonder what the correct pronunciation for that is, because I doubt that's the correct pronunciation, because it sounds very katakana-y.
それが私だよ。
うん。
私はシーリンが願ったもう一つのチャンス。表と裏だって思ってもいいけど、人の心はそう単純なものじゃない。私たちはシーリンの願いから生まれた二つの魂。同じ木から生え、違う方向へ伸びた二つの枝。私たちは彼女の感情と記憶を共有してるのに、全く違う道を選んだ。
うん。
何があんたに影響を及ぼしたのかはわからない。実験の苦しみ、崩壊の扇動、それともコアに刻まれた憎しみ。あの断片的な記憶は私にとって温かい夢だけど、あんたにとっては耐え難い呪いだった。
同じ記憶でも違う目から映れば違う景色になる。
そうかもしれないね。
お前が何なのか知らないし気にもしない。私が生まれた意味は全てを壊し、この世界に滅亡をもたらすことだ。人類はシーリンを苦しませ、彼女に全てを失わせた。だから彼女の怒りを受け止め、相応の代価を支払うべきだ。
This is practically the whispers of the Honkai.
憎しみの輪は永遠に終わらない。今のあんたはあんたの嫌いな人類と同じ新たな苦しみを生み出してるだけだ。
Eye for an eye, the world will go blind.
だがお前は私を止められない。数えてみるといい。家族、先生、友人。今までお前のせいでどれほどの人がこの終わらない悪夢に巻き込まれた。彼女たちは帰る場所を失い、命を失う者すらいた。そしてお前はただそれを見ることしかできず、何もできなかった。ああ、そうだ、こいつもいたんだったな。
ベラ。
ベナレス。
忘れたとは言わせない。お前のせいで死んだんだから。たとえお前もシーリンだとして、それが何だと言うんだ。お前には私に対抗する執念がない。ほら、コアが選んだのはこの私だ。
I am so sad that we actually lost Bella. Because at the end of the day, she had become like a good like Honkai beast, trying to like help Kiana in the end. In chapter, what was it? I can't remember.
なぜとどめを刺さない。どうせ一度は殺したんだ。お前にとっては造作もないことだろ。
そいつはあんたが作った幻影に過ぎない。どうやらここは支配劇場じゃなく私たちの意識空間なんだね。それなら私にも同じことができるはずだよ。
何を企んでいる。
今までリチアコアが私を拒んでいたんじゃなくて、私がコアを拒んでいた。過去の残響が怖かった。あんたと一つになる事実を受け入れることが怖かった。向き合おうと決心したのに、心の中で無意識に逃げてた。でもそんな弱さも今日までだよ。 私は向き合おうとしなかった過去、封印した記憶、そしてあんたにまつわる人生にちゃんと向き合う。
Oh god, I don't have words for the happiness that I feel of the growth of like Kiana.
それらを乗り越えて本当の自分を受け入れる。
Oh. I don't think that was supposed to. That was probably her idol voice line.
培養層番号 K423、 そう、ここだよ。ここが私の起源、私たちの起源だよ。シーリンは命の最後にやり直したいと違う始まりを願った。その願いから私たちは生まれた。
生まれた？美化が上手だな。これがあの男の汚らわしい罪だと忘れたのか。かわいそうなシーリン、死んだ後も安らかに眠れなかった。人類は彼女の遺体を奪い、そのコアを分割し、彼女の存在した痕跡を実験台の数字にした。
But even through all of this miracle happened.
奴がお前と私を作ったのも、その欲望を満たすためだ。自分の目的を果たすために、お前の周りの人たちを操ってもてあそんでいた。
でも止めようとしてくれた人もいた。あのバカバカしい計画を、悲劇が再び起きることを止めようとした人たちがいたんだ。彼らの選択が最初の変化をもたらした。
静かに。主衛に気づかれないようにしてくれよ。
彼女を助けた後、彼女はどこに行くの？
ネゲントロピーの人間が彼女を引き取るさ。
私たちと一緒に来れないの？
彼女に会いに行くことはできる。
じゃあ、なんて呼べばいいかな？名前は？私とそっくりだから妹だって思っていい？
どうだろうな。
ジークフリート、またこの男だ。お前という偽物を助けるために、彼は本当の娘を失った。皮肉だな。彼は幸せな家庭を、人生を持っていたのに、シーリンとお前は彼にとって最も大事な二人を奪った。
That is really rough. Losing Cecilia when going against Sirin, and then losing Kiana when going for the clone.
私はその罪悪感からこの記憶に向き合おうとしなかった。そして私の弱さはあんたにチャンスを作った。でもあの人たちがくれた善意を私は忘れたくないし、忘れるべきでもなかった。私は K423、天命が作った律者実験体。あの時の私は真っ白で、この世界に対して何も知らなかった。
This is her origin, but it isn't what defines her. Because at the end of the day, she's Kiana Casadana.
でもあの人たちが危険を冒して私を助けに来てくれたからこそ、私は誰かに認められる人類になれた。それが全ての原点だよ。
バカバカしい。そんなにこの培養層が好きなら、ここをお前の墓にするのはどうだ？
Sirin! We've listened to you talk a lot. How about you let us talk? Or at the very least, Kiana. She keeps interrupting her.
お前が誕生の話をしたから、その話を見てみようじゃないか。
What's next?
ああ、懐かしい景色だな。ここを覚えているか？東シベリア、2010年。私が初めて覚醒し、この体を支配した日だ。あの男が娘を失った後、お前を渡すことを拒み、お前を連れてここに隠れた。ネゲントロピーも天命もお前を探していた。彼らは突撃隊を派遣したが、残念ながらお前に気づかれた。その後、何があったか、お前は決して忘れない。
あんたは私の中で、私の孤独と恐怖を養分にしてた。私が一番弱ってる時に、あんたはその隙を狙って体を奪った。
We have only seen like a little bit of this story. We didn't know about this. That Chixel and Anti-Entropy had set like an assault squad to actually find them.
ああ、私はこの人間たちを全員殺したんだ。あのバルキリーたち、あまりにもしつこいから殺した。あの隊長、私を攻撃することもできたが、お前が子供だということに気づいたとき、彼女は迷った。その結果、命を落とした。それとお前の父親、あの男はベラとシーリンに害を与えたから、私は迷わず彼の腕を切り落とし、炎の犯罪を受けた彼を放置した。彼はあの件で私たちを殺せたのに、そうしなかった。できなかったんだ。お前を娘として見ていたから。全部お前のせいだ。恥ずかしいと思わないのか？平凡？幸せ？愛？お前にそんな資格はない。お前は悲劇だけを生み落とすからだ。
But even though all of this happened, there's still like that CG of Siegfried without his arm, hugging Kiana and Kiana returning to normal.
この雪原で起きたことのように。最初からやり直す？なぜそんな甘い考えを持つ？世界はお前に悪意だけを見せる。なぜなら、お前の存在こそが世界への脅威だからだ。
This is nice. I actually have range to attack it from outside the range. It's like AoE attack. This CG. It's the same one that we were shown before. Hmm.
大丈夫だ。キアナ、俺は大丈夫だ。
でも血がこんなに出てる。傷口、早く手当てしないと。
キアナ、平気だ。よく聞いてくれ。すまない。お前のそばにずっといる約束を守れそうにない。だが覚えててくれ。俺はずっとお前を愛してる。
パパ、何言ってるの？
心配いらない。俺は無事だ。こうするのはお前を守るためだ。許してくれ、キアナ。
どこに行くの？嫌だ、行かないで。
キアナ、約束しただろ。カスラナ家の戦士は全てを犠牲にしてでも誰かを守ると。お前ならきっと俺よりうまくやれると信じてる。お前は彼女に負けない。絶対にだ。だってお前は俺の娘なんだから。
パパは最後まで私を娘だと思ってくれた。あんたの存在を知ってるのに私に名前をくれた。戦うことと自分の力で最愛の人を守ることを 教えてくれた。
うん。
私から距離を取ったのも私を守るためだった。あんたはパパを憎んでるから近づくことで覚醒するきっかけになると気づいてたんだ。だからパパは私を友達に託して影で私を守ってた。今思い返せば最初の流浪生活もきっとパパが守ってくれてたはずだよ。
There's that one manga where I think it's the one where Fuhua and Kiana are on a mission, and Siegfried actually shows up in the dark, like helping Fuhua and helping Kiana in the dark.
それからメイ先輩やブローニャと出会ってセイフレイヤに来てテレサ、委員長、姫子先生に出会った。そして美しい世界を守るために戦うと誓った。パパがいなかったら今の私もいない。それにパパとの約束もあるから絶対にあんたには負けない。
Kiana, her resolve has become so much stronger.
セイフレイヤ、その全てを壊したのはお前じゃないか。そうだ、そろそろこの話に入ろう。お前の最も苦しい思い出、受け入れられない事実。ここを覚えているか？ああ、忘れるわけがないな。
Fuck. It's a double hit. It's a double hit. I saw Himeko and the background music. Oh god.
10分後、彼女は死んでしまう。お前はいつもこの話題から逃げようとする。人形の前でもそうだったし、今もそう。だがお前は分かっている。あの時、私は確実に彼女を殺した。ああ、いいことを思いついた。ここで彼女を怪我させれば、彼女は前線に出ることなく犠牲になることもない。お前も満足する。どうだ？私は優しいな。
そうはさせない。思い通りにはさせない。
Is her idea? Because now we're stopping the enemies. Is she after this? Is she gonna say after this, look, you're even killing her here in the dream world? From the way that she has been saying a bunch of like stuff, I can totally expect her to say that. Mm.
全力をかけて何の意味もなく死んで敗者になる。
姫子先生は敗者なんかじゃない。
じゃあ彼女が何を救ったのか言ってみろ。彼女が死んだ後、セーフレイヤはバラバラとなって学園からは人が去り、名前だけが残った。ライデン・メイはお前を裏切った。ブローニャもお前から離れることになる。
Mei has never turned her back against Kiana. and Bronya will never leave.
違う。彼女たちは私を助けてくれた。姫子先生は私を助けてくれたんだ。
彼女はお前に呪いをかけた。この全てを終わらせるチャンスはあった。そうだろ？あの日、炎に包まれた天球師で、お前は銃で命を終わらせようとした。トリガーを引くことはできたが、お前はそうしなかった。なぜなら、お前は生き延びようとしたから。あの女が生きろと言ったからだ。一生続く自責の念と罪悪感を覚えながら、それこそがお前が私から永遠に逃れられない理由だ。彼女はお前を救ったが、お前の心に呪いをかけた。それは永遠に癒えない傷、永遠に拭い去ることのできない後悔。彼女の執念はここにある。
Flames rose and condensed into a blood red gem.
そろそろ決着をつける時だ。フレイグジェム、懐かしい感触だ。
Of course, chapter 9 was like the final scene that they had.
シーリンは6つのジェムを持っていたが、今
6?
半分しか残っていない。だがそれもさまつなこと。私が全部奪い返してやる。
私はあんたを止める。
お前にはできない。一つ教えてやろう。さっき見た階層の中で私に殺されたあの突撃隊の隊長のことを覚えているか？彼女の名前はラグナ。天命のバルキリー教官、村田姫子の先生だ。
She also shows up in the Durandal visual novel.
お前は彼女を死なせ、突撃隊を壊滅させた。偶然作戦に参加していなかった姫子だけが生き残った。しかし彼女は帰る場所を、先生と仲間を失った。居場所を失った彼女は本部から離れ、遠い極東に行くことになる。皮肉なことに、そこで彼女はまたお前に出会った。
But even still, it's like I think Sirin's idea at the moment is just like to bring to put this idea in her head of just like the pain that Himeko must have felt the moment that she became the teacher of her mentor's killer.
私たちにそんな記憶はない。あんたがそんなことを知ってるわけがない。
しかしこれにはわかる。彼女の迷い、苦しみ、あがきはその最後で走馬灯のように現れ、フレイルジェムに記録された。見ろ、彼女の運命は完全にお前にもてあそばれた。お前が彼女の人生を変え、彼女に死を与えた。まさに茶番だ。
But even though all that happened, Himeko still chose to save Kiana.
村田姫子、彼女こそが最高の証明じゃないか。お前が思うヒーロー、理想の殉道者だ。彼女は自分自身を燃やし、希望をお前に押し付けた。そしてお前は罪を償うために生きる屍となった。 お前の目を通してお前の一挙手一投足、お前の体験したすべて、喪失、離滅、繰り返す失敗を見てきた。お前は全身全霊で赤の他人を助け続け、命を落とし、ともとも離れ離れとなった。
Arc City。
その結果、お前は人間どもに恐れられ、仲間外れにされ、後ろ指を刺されてしまう。奴らはお前を受け入れなかった。お前の力を恐れているんだ。だから徒党を組んでお前を仲間外れにし、お前に責任感を植え付けた。そうすることで安心してお前に守ってもらえるのだ。お前に救われた人たちはこれからも次から次へとやってくる悪意に押しつぶし、しまいには自分の不幸をお前のせいにすることもあるだろう。
She's bringing out that last stage from the last chapter. You risked your life and distanced your friends to save irrelevant people who in return feared you and hated you. The people from Arc City. They never accepted you, they always fear you. They band together to push you aside and bury you with shame and blame. There's also some people in like anti-entropy where they push her aside and they don't want to like interact with her because they feared her. And those who you say will eventually get hit by the evil in the world and impute their misfortune to you, which was the little girl that turned into a puppet from the last chapter.
そしてお前をヒーローだともてはやす人たちは偽りの仮面をかぶり、ただお前を利用してお前に近づき、お前を壊そうとする。お前に感謝していた人のことを覚えているか？確かソルトレイク基地のスタッフだったな。彼女も苦靴の一員だ。彼女がネゲントロピーの情報を漏らしたせいで、律者は2度も簡単にネゲントロピーの基地に侵入することができた。
But what about the rest of the people after everything was like done? All those friends that she made. Even if this is like one person that was a puppet and she was lying, it doesn't mean that everybody in anti-entropy base is a liar. People cared for Kiana after that little like that situation where they went into the theater of domination with Hyperion and defeated the Legion Herrscher.
それが村田姫子が命を犠牲に手にした結果だ。お前は永遠に奴らを救えない。なぜなら奴らは救われたいと思っていないからだ。この劇場にいる人たちはみんなそうだ。そしてこの劇場の外の世界も相変わらずそう。テレサ、ジークフリート、セシリア、みんなそうだった。彼女たちの全員は別の悪意に踏み潰され、一生をかけた努力は一夜のうちに蹂躙され、信じてきた理想も価値のないものとなった。
Even though Cecilia tried to save Syrian and she wasn't able to do it, and Cecilia even managed to do that giant Honkai eruption in Siberia, because of Cecilia's sacrifice, many more people were saved. Siegfried, even though he was like wallowing in like despair after losing her daughter and losing her wife, he still managed to like save Kiana. And the only people that were affected at that time were just like Ragna's team, if what she's saying is the truth and she's not lying to Kiana. And still, Kiana has done so many good things throughout her life, being like a Valkyrie. So it is still worth. What else did she mention? Teresa, the things that she's doing, the school that she made, following Cecilia's dream. They're all not meaningless. None of them. And I know Kiana knows this. That's why her expression hasn't changed at all. She knows that all the things that she's saying are just like full of negativity. That they're all trying to just like bend her the ideas that Kiana has currently and make her go into like despair, to like sadness, and to give up her body. But she won't.
そんな世界を前にして、お前はまだ美しい世界を守るために戦うなんて言えるのか？
私は信じることにする。
口 口だけの偽善者め。
私はいろんな人の夢を見てきた。律者のコアに残された意識の残響、記憶のかけら、彼らの人生、喜びと悲しみ、私には全部感じられる。誰しも苦しい思い出は持ってるし、窮地に立たされて絶望を感じることもある。けどその後、彼らは必死に立ち上がって傷だらけでも生きようと頑張ってきた。善と悪はまるで私とあんたみたい。誰の心にも存在して同じコインの両面、離れることのない光と影みたいなもの。
Just like she mentioned to the little girl, the darkness in human heart was them isolating that family and causing them pain, but the good in their heart was just like helping each other, all the other families.
確かにあんたの言った通り、世界は美しくない。
だ
から人々は美しいものを心から望む。それが私の理由だよ。善と悪が共存するからこそ、悲劇を乗り越える明日を作るため必死に努力しないといけない。誰にでも世界をより美しくする機会があると私は信じてる。善意を持つ人はこうやって現れ、受け継がれていく。たとえ自分の結末は美しいと言えなくても恥ずかしくはない。堂々とした人生だよ。私の周りにはそういう人がたくさんいる。彼女たちがそうしたから私はここにいる。だから私は彼女の理想を、彼女たちが守ってきたものを信じたい。私がここにいる限り、彼女たちが燃やした魂は永遠に消えない。
善は信念が必要なものだが、悪には必要ない。
そう。だからこそ、あんたやあの支配の律者はこの信念の強さを甘く見てた。
これではっきりしたようだな。私たちが相入れる余地はなく、互いを理解する可能性もない。
They will always be two different sides of the same coin.
珍しいが、私たちの意見が一致するとは。もはや会話を続ける必要はない。お前と私、一人しか残れないんだ。
Them repeating the same thing and immediately going into B-fall. I've said this over and over and over and over and over again. Music is such an important thing in like stories. If they choose the right moment and if they choose the right song, situations like this will be born. Insane situations for the story. Koi!
全力で意味のないあがきをするといい。今こそ裁きの時。
Oh, how funny! Herrscher of the Void seating. You're weak to Kiana.
先ほどお前がそいつを倒すことができていたら、敵は一体減っていたのに。どうしたんだ、ベナリス。なぜ攻撃しない？
まだわからないの。
なんだと？
ベナレス。ベラはシーリンの友達。彼女はシーリンが幸せになってほしいと心から願ってた。私たちはシーリン、彼女の願いから生まれた意識でシーリンの可能性なの。ただ私たちは違う道を選んだだけ。あんたの心にあるのは世界を壊す欲望のみ。でも私は自分の信
it is time for judgment, but it looks like the tables have turned, and the one that we are judging is the Herrscher of the Void.
ベラにとって私とあんたどっちの方がシーリンのなりたい姿だと思う？
ベナレスがお前を選んだとでも言いたいのか？
彼女は私たちに戦ってほしくない。彼女もあんたを救いたいと思ってる。
Even better. I wish there's a chance. I wish there's a chance for the both of them to actually coexist.
憎しみを捨てて幸せになってほしいと思ってるんだよ。彼女が選んだのは彼女が見たいシーリンなんだ。
And now Bella attacks with me? Yep. We cannot buy that 99-cent pack and get SSR wing. Not DLC in the middle of gameplay.
どうやらお前は自分の使っている力がどこから来ているのか忘れたみたいだ。調子に乗るなよ虫けら。お前に奪われた力そろそろ返してもらう。
え？
これでいい。空の律者の力はもともと私のものだ。お前は借りたものを使っていただけに過ぎない。まさか思い通りに使えていたから自分の力だと思っていたか。さあ正々堂々と決着をつけようじゃないか。
What? Oh god, I can't get through the shield. I actually cannot get through the shield. Oh god, what is that attack? Go on, I think I can do this. Mm-hmm. Alright, I think I do need that DLC pack. Hmm.
笑わせる。私にそんな口を聞くとは。その勇気、一体どこから湧いてくるんだ？お前の仲間はまだ傀儡の相手をしている。誰もお前の助けには来ない。コアの力は全て私の手中にあり、 お前が意識空間に与えられる影響もどんどん小さくなりつつある。あと少しで全ては私のものとなるだろう。よく見るがいい。お前にはもう何もないんだ。これ以上もがいて何の意味がある。
Even if Kiana's chances are slim, she will never give up.
確かにあんたの言った通り、今の私には力がないし、全部無駄かもしれない。あんたと戦うどころか、こうして立ってるだけで精一杯だしね。でも倒れるたび苦しくて、もう諦めようと思うたびに、どうしてかいろんなことを思い出しちゃうの。焦げたピザトースト、辛くないパプリカカレー、3人前のパフェ、
Oh God.
セーフレイヤーの正門、それと彼女の最後の授業。私を助けてくれて、導いてくれて、善意を向けてくれた人たちを思い出すの。彼女たちの笑顔、感謝、未来への希望。彼女たちが私に差し伸べてくれた手、私にくれた光、それを思い出すと、どうしても諦めるなんて言えない。今まで私はたくさんのものをもらった。勇気、祝福、希望、美しい記憶、全部ここにあって、重くて私にぬくもりをくれる。だから私は何もないわけじゃないんだ。なんだと？私は今まで私がもらったものを他の人たちにも届けないと。
空のリツシャのコアは私の支配下にあるはずだ。
もっと多くの人たちに届けたいから、ここで倒れるわけにはいかない。
いや待て、これはプレイグジェムの力。
It's not a fair, dude.
私は彼女の理想を、彼女たちの理想を背負って進み続ける。
Oh God.
なぜプレイグジェムがお前を認めた？あの女が使ったからか？
違う。プレイグジェムは最初からあんたのものじゃない。最後の瞬間まで
ジェムに残った意識のかけらのくせに死んだくせになぜまた私の邪魔をする。
彼女は構想を一度もやめたことがない。
I can't see with one eye.
彼女の色だ。私の番、文句はないよね。
Oh God. The Gem of Haste. The previous user of the Gem of Haste was Himeko. And she's the one that's giving the power back to Kiana to be able to defeat Sirin.
なぜお前は私に勝てると思うんだ。お前が善のシーリンで私が悪のシーリンだからか？
そんなものは最初から存在しない。私が善を選んで、あんたが悪を選んだだけだ。 わった。
ああ、終わったのか。ジェムの力がお前へと流れていく。私を捨ててお前を選んだんだ。どうやらお前の信念の方が勝ったというわけだ。
この力をちゃんと使いこなすよ。
勝手にしろ。私が消えたらお前は楽になるだろう。
私はあんたが犯した罪を背負う。それが私の責任だから。
それはお前が決めたことだ。私に伝える必要はない。何も知らないまま生きることも、無実の実験体として死ぬこともできたのに、お前はこの道を選んだ。シーリンの手に染みついた鮮血、彼女の悲しみと絶望、人類全員が向き合う善と悪の矛盾。お前は残った人生でそれを背負わないといけない。
努力する。この世界に二度とシーリンが生まれないように。
もういい。お前の同情はいらない。勝者が残って敗者が消える。そういうルールだ。異論などない。
I'm not that happy about it.
さよなら、空の律者。さよなら、もう一人のシーリン。
お前の考えに賛同はしない。だが、お前の勝ちだ。お前の道を歩むといい。そうだろう。できるだけ最後まであがいてみせろ。キアナ。
The fact that that her last words, they were not filled with anger. They were very, very calm. It's so important. She doesn't hate that this happened. She wanted to bring destruction upon the world, but it doesn't seem like she even hated that this ended up happening in the end. Maybe she wasn't happy about it because she wanted to be the one to win. But maybe she was fine with losing as well, because that means that we can bring like happiness to Sirin, who is now Kiana. A soul quietly vaporized into the air. Like a feather drifting on a windless sunny day, it left no trail in the clear blue sky. Looks like we played a Sirin from the start, but not the original Sirin. Even though this is the clone of Sirin, it's like, I wish the original could have had like her own happiness. I'm happy that this Sirin actually is having her like happiness through Kiana, but so much happened to her. I don't even know what to say. It's just like I'm happy, but I'm not happy. I want the best of both worlds, but I can't have the best of both worlds. I can't. Only she knew the feather was once there. Desperation, her desires, and her sins had all been real ones. She closed her eyes and listened to the silent finale. The pressure, resistance, and murderous intent that almost crushed her were all gone, and all the gems were recovered. The instant she laid her fingers on the gems, an ocean of fragmented memories flushed into her mind and overwhelmed her. Chaos, still more chaos. Words failed to form sentences, and thoughts failed to be connected into a flow. She gritted her teeth and exhausted the last ounce of her strength to keep her head straight. After an uncertain period of time, she opened her eyes and saw a world of white. She winked her eyes hard until the view started to change. The destination she had been looking for. The pure white singing Freya decorated by a strand of blazing red in the middle. So at the end of the path, there's actually hope. I'm already crying. No, don't worry, I'm crying for you. Have no worries, for I am already crying for everyone. Aw. Aw. I think that chapter took like 2 hours. Well, like an hour and 40 minutes. But no wonder it took that long. I went, I think, from this point to this point. What time is it? It's 1. I'm not ending. Gosh. I didn't bring paper. I don't have any paper for my nose. But it should be fine. The two of them will meet in the never-ending dream. Fuck. That's all I have to say. Maybe a second. Maybe I should put this content classification of significant profanity or vulgarity. Yes, done. To Kiana, the blindingly wide world felt both strange and familiar. Kiana knew why she was there. She couldn't move her eyes away from the red from the very beginning. The voice of reason reminded her it was a fantasy world created from the memories of the gems. Despite this, she was still craving for a chance to see the Red Lady again. A farewell would have sufficed. Kiana took a step ahead. Oh, God. Thank you, game. I was thinking of walking over anyways. Fuck. Words struggled to break free from her lips. That sigh felt so familiar, as if nothing had ever happened and she had never been away. Kiana shook her head hard. Here's the same as just like that one day.
姫子先生は少しも変わってないね。
なら嬉しいわ。
Can I bit her lips?
これは意識の残影だよね。
そうね。少なくともここの時間は流れることがないわ。でもこうして会話することはできる。
I couldn't have asked for more.
ごめんね。そばにいてあげられなくて。
いいの。
うん
また姫子先生に会えてすごく嬉しい。こういう形でちゃんとお別れを告げられるんだから。
あんたが変わったと思う人はきっと私だけじゃないでしょうね。
みんなにも言われた。
それであんたはちゃんと空の律者に勝った。そうでしょ。
みんなのおかげ。
キアナなら勝てると信じてたわ。それよりキアナ、セーフレイヤーに戻ってみたいと思わない？
思うよ。天命との戦いの後、みんな学園を出たの。機会があったら戻ってみたいと思ってた。
それなら今行ってみるのはどう？キアナ、少しの間この流れない時間を楽しみましょう。
景色が変わった。
これは私の記憶よ。何年も教師をやってたからセーフレイヤーの隅々までちゃんと覚えてるわ。懐かしいわね。この青春に満ちた学園の雰囲気。
そうだね。あの頃の私は早く大人になりたいと思ってたけど
Like every kid.
まさか大人になるのがこれほど辛いものだって知らなかった。
じゃあもしやり直す機会があったらあんたの選択は変わる？
変わらないと思う。だって変わったら私らしくないでしょ。
If they make a Honkai Impact third anime instead of Genshin anime, everybody that watched it was gonna be crying for real, for real. Yes. I think everybody would be crying at this point in time. Alright, good. It doesn't skip dialogue. I actually have to interact with it.
キアナ、ごらん。学寮よ。あの窓のところは私の部屋ね。
知ってる。夜になっても姫子先生の部屋はいつも明かりがついてた。
I mean, this is why my friend Pro was talking about hoping for a Honkai Impact third anime rather than a Genshin anime.
今考えるとあの頃って結構大変だったんじゃない？
And me too. Even I'm expecting I'm hoping for a Honkai Impact third anime. Just like there's so much to it. It could go for like 3-4 seasons even.
それほどでもなかったわ。ただ酔っ払って明かりを消し忘れてた時はあったからね。ほら見て、あの木の茂み。あんたが授業をサボった時、いつもあそこに隠れてたわよね。ずっと気になってたんだけど、どうしていつもあそこに隠れてたわけ？すぐに見つかるのに。
だってあそこポッカポカで最高なんだもん。
You know, this almost seems as like when you graduate from school and you go back all like grown up and you find that one teacher that you were really friendly with and you start talking about all the things that you had done while you were just a little kid. Because Kiana has grown up so much and Himeko is her teacher. So it gives us It gives us that little like feeling of her after just like growing back up, just going back to school with and just meeting up with Himeko and talking about all the dumb things that she had done in the past.
あの塀のことまだ覚えてる？キアナ。
うん。よく塀を乗り越えて外に行ってたね。
学園長が頭を痛めてたわよ。塀の高さを3回も上げたのに、それでもあんたを止められないってね。
道理でどんどん飛び越えるのが難しくなってる気がしたよ。
でもそれ以上、もう高くすることはなかったわ。
どうして？
あんたが怪我するのを心配したからよ。
It was such a peaceful time.
あ、昔の訓練場だ。
キアナが居眠りしない数少ない授業よね。
あの頃の私はこういった戦闘訓練だけが好きだったからね。
My eyes already hurt from the tears drying up next to my eyes.
手合わせで委員長たちに勝ったことは一度もなかったけど。
今はどうなの？
今はわからないよ。
It's actually really cute as well because she's like not confident in it. She says it's 50-50. Oh, I should have grabbed paper.
教えてくれる？今みんなはどうなってるの？
うん。
Kiana told Himeko what happened after the Chiksal battle.
そう。そんなことがあったのね。
Himeko slowly took in what Kiana said, and some of it still felt unbelievable to her.
ブローニャが断りの律者になってるとは。確かにあの子にはネゲントロピー名手になる素質があるわ。
Teehee, we all became Herrschers.
普段は無口だけど、観察力も学習能力もあの子の横に並ぶ者はいないもの。
Or at gaming.
それと、不可の正体がそんな大物だったなんて。さすがに驚いたわ。でも、今になって考えると、だからこそ彼女の眼差しは同世代の子と違っていたのね。
委員長にもいろいろあったけど、今は心の霧が晴れてると思うよ。
Oh, sorry about that. Ended up pressing the towel against my microphone. My bad.
彼女のことは心配だったの。いつも難しいことを心に秘めて、一人で背負おうとしていたから。
I mean, she's been living for 50,000 years. Of course, she wouldn't think that talking to somebody would actually help her with all the things that she had been through.
あの時、彼女は私を助けるために崩壊エネルギーを中和する結晶をくれた。結局、その行為を裏切ることになるから、彼女に謝らないとね。
伝えておくよ。
メイに関しては、あまり心配はいらないと思うわ。あの子は優しい子。その点に関しては変わらない。
うん、わかってる。メイ先輩のことを信じてるし、彼女の気持ちもわかってるから。
May say the same thing.
ただ、つい思い出しちゃうの。ここに戻ってくると、いろんなことが蘇ってきちゃうね。本当はずっとわかってた。一番みんなに助けられてるのは私の方だって。
No one in the world should feel ashamed about this. Because getting the most help from everyone means that you're also the most loved.
メイ先輩、ブローニャ、委員長、テレサ、それに姫子先生。知ってるの？みんなのおかげで私はここまでやってこれたし、これからも迷わず進み続けられるって。でも やっぱり心配しちゃうんだ。
心配？
自分がちゃんとできてるかなって。
キアナ。
もっと早くにいろんなことが分かってたら、みんなに心配をかけることはなかったし、メイ先輩だってヨルムンガンドに行くことはなかった。
Everybody makes mistakes in their life. That's what growing up is all about, Kiana.
みんなを裏切ったんじゃないかなってたまに思うんだ。
キアナ、一つ物語を教えてあげる。
授業が始まるの？
何？聞きたくないの？
Kiana smiled.
聞きたいよ。
これは十数年前、私が大学に入ったばかりの頃、あんたたちと同じ年頃の話ね。あの頃、父は天命の研究所で仕事をしてた。何を研究してたかについては、私もよく知らない。仕事は忙しかったみたいだけど、いい父親だったわ。いい成績を取った私を褒めてくれたり、時間を作って一緒に食事したり、誕生日ケーキを買ってくれたり。けどある日、父は私の目の前からこの世界からいなくなった。私は父の死を受け入れられずにいた。よく知ってるあの顔がこうも簡単に私の人生から消えるだなんて信じられなかった。
This is why it's so important to always have like a good relationship with your parents, especially if you're already like, if you're not like, if you don't have like those sort of like parents that are just like terrible for you, that they hate you and you hate them. If you just have like a normal relationship with your parents, that's what this. It's always good to always be okay with them because you never know when this is gonna happen.
結末を言うと、私は天命に入って人工精魂を移植することでバルキリーになった。当時の私がしたすべては意図的に隠された父の死の真相を調べるためだった。娘としての執念がバルキリーとしての私を動かしてたわ。でもバルキリー部隊で私はラグナ隊長に出会った。
It's kind of crazy. Ragna shows up so much, except in like the main story. She shows up a lot in she's talked about a lot like in this chapter, and she also showed up quite a bit in the Durando visual novel.
バルキリーは世界に光をもたらすもの。執念や憎しみばかり考えていてはならないって私に言ってくれたわ。彼女のおかげで私は心に封じた苦しみを解き放ち、バルキリーとして明日への目標を見つけることができた。美しくない世界をあなたの望むように変えなさいって言葉も彼女が教えてくれたの。でもあんたたちと比べてラグナ隊長と一緒に戦えた時間はそう長くなかったわ。
2010年の災害。
キアナ、空の律者はいつも災いの結果をあんたのせいにするけど、それは違う。彼女には人々の選択が見えていないし、美しい光を受け入れようともしていない。
And the squad that went for Siegfried and Kiana was actually Ragna's squad.
今から言うことが本当に私があんたに伝えたいことよ。ラグナ隊長が犠牲になった後、私は彼女の遺品を整理したわ。彼女の生活を物語る服、本、お菓子の他に引き出しの奥にしまわれた手紙があったの。親愛なる戦友たちへ、この手紙を読んでいるということは、おそらく私はもう死んだんでしょうね。私個人の財産は組織のルールに従って処理すればいい。注意金に関しては心配することはないはず。 それからこの手紙を読んでいるあなたにある物語を教えましょう。数年前、永久バルキリーになったばかりの頃、私はよく被災地の事後処理に派遣されていた。でも正直に言うと、そういう仕事は自分の才能を無駄にしているだけだとあの頃の私は思っていたわ。
A bit of similarity with Kiana.
弱くて何も知らない一般人を助けるより、敵を倒すことこそがバルキリーの本当の責務だと、かつての私はそう考えていた。ある日、私は勇気を出して視察に来た主教様に質問したの。バルキリーを派遣して被災者たちの手助けをすることは崩壊を倒すことにつながるのかと。主教様は私を一目見て何の躊躇なくこう答えた。
へえ。
つながらないと。当時の私もあけに取られたわ。そんな質問した私はお叱りを受けるか処罰されると思ってたから。でもあの方の言った言葉がきっかけで、私は自分の職業に対する考えを根本から変えることになった。あの方はこう言ったの。天命はいつもこのように自分たちの信念を伝えてきたと。戦友たち、これは私があなたたちに伝えたい言葉でもあるわ。
I don't have it in me to hate Otto. I don't think I have it in me. I don't think I'll ever have it in me to actually hate him.
私たちが信念を持ってしてきた仕事で、その結果が私たちの望んだ通りにならなくても無意味なことなんかではないの。私たちが守ってきた美しいもの、美しいものになろうとするもの、そして私たちが大事に思っていたもの、それらはまだちっぽけで弱い。無駄に思うかもしれないけど、それはまだ種のままだからよ。その種はいつか美しい花を咲かせる。だから戦友たち、私のために悲しむ必要はない。私は枯れてしまうけど、希望を育む土と肥料になるわ。そして未来に咲く希望の花はいつか自分の守りたいものを見つけるはずよ。それがラグナ隊長が最後に教えてくれたこと。正直に言うと、あの時の私には全部理解できなかった。ただある声が聞こえたわ。聖フレイヤに行けと。
So that's how she became a teacher.
そしてあの日、私がシンクの装甲を身につけた日、私は彼女の言葉を思い出したわ。運命の歯車が噛み合ったかのように、私はその手紙に書かれてたことを理解したの。キアナ、あの任務の報告書は読んだわ。誰もあの災害で何があったか知らない。でも暴走した律者は制圧され、天下制裁を解放したジークフリートも生き残った。
So she did know.
それはそこにいる誰かが
Sorry.
正しいと思った選択をしたからだと思う。きっと隊長はあんたの中に守りたい何かを、私も見たことのある何かを見つけたのよ。隊長も私もみんなそうだわ。あんたならできる。より多くの人たちを助けられる。世界をより美しくすることができるって信じてるから。そして現にあんたはちゃんとできてるわ、キアナ。
It's not fair. I had already stopped crying.
あんたが天球師でしたこと、大巨山でしたこと、そして支配の律者を倒すためにしたこと。あんたは多くの人たちを救った。その人たちもより多くの人たちを助けていく。それは人類に受け継がれる消えることのない灯火よ。
ありがとう、姫子先生。本当は分かってるの。ただ、たまに
困惑するのも理解できるわ、キアナ。みんなに助けられた分、責任を感じるでしょう。だから覚えておかないといけない。あんたは一人じゃないってことをね。仲間になってくれたネゲントロピーのこと、いつもあんたたちのことを考えてる学園長のこと、頼もしい委員長の負荷のこと、ブローニャのこともね。口に出すのは得意じゃないけどあの子はいつだって仲間を思ってる。彼女の行動も成長もあんたは分かってるでしょ。
Every single time that she showed up in the last couple of chapters, Bronya, you can really see that she really cares about Kiana, and she feels bad that Kiana can't like 100% like confide in her with like all the troubles that she's having.
それにメイ、彼女はあんたたちの中で一番優しい子だから心配いらないわ、キアナ。そしてキアナ、
There was overflowing pride in Himeko's voice.
あんたは私の生徒の中で一番やんちゃで、それでいて一番諦めが悪い人よ。あんたにはみんなを変える力がある。周りの人たちを前に進ませる力があるわ。だから仲間を信じて頼ってみなさい、キアナ。彼女たちもあんたのことを信じて頼りにしてるんだから。
Kiana, you have the true power of a main character. That was a single stage, by the way. Gosh. There's still quite a bit. But give me a second, please. My face is an absolute mess. I need like a single, like a couple of seconds for like my ugly crying to just like completely like stop and to clean my nose. And I'm gonna pee as well, so give me a second. I need some time for myself. There we go. I'm telling the truth. BRB. I have a revelation. My face is an absolute mess. God damn it. I'm not gonna be looking good later on when I have to do stuff. People are gonna be looking at me real weird. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more stages. Circle around all you want, but you're not getting through. Back to Fuhua. Alright. Some rest for my eyes. The Theater of Domination. Mira. My cat just woke up.
大丈夫ですか、ブローニャさん。
平気です。ただ、もどかしいですね。
There we go.
ええ、キアナのいる方向は分かっているのに、この閉鎖空間に閉じ込められると。
しかも、宿主の命を人質に取るなんて。
諦めろ。選択することから逃げる子供たちよ。
子供たちよ。
宿主の命とキアナの命、どちらが大事か、そんなに難しい問題なの？
If we save Kenna's lives by sacrificing these people's lives, she won't be happy.
あなたには理解できませんよ、リツシャ。
はいはい、理解できないとも。ただ、あなたたちのキアナが二度とこの劇場から出られないことは知ってる。そしてあなたたちはこの閉じられた空間で地団打を踏むことしかできないんだ。
Oh, just like me.
そうだ。あなたたちをここから出して、その瞬間を見せた方がドラマチックかな。
支配のリツシ
ャ。どうしました、委員長。
What's interesting about this part is that we already know all the things that happen inside Kiana's mind. So it's like us as players, we're not really worried about the things that the Herrscher of Dominance is saying. But Fuhua and Bronya don't know about that, so they're still kind of scared, afraid of what might happen if they cannot get to Kiana in time.
ブローニャさん、アインシュタイン博士が言った2つの仮説のことを覚えていますか？支配のリツシャは外見上は何の個性もない同じ個体です。でも、リツシャの性格は全部違っています。まるで宿主と同じ失敗を経験し、そして現実に押しつぶされてしまったかのよう。ここから2つの可能性が考えられます。1つ目、人形たちは独立した個体で、独立したリツシャ。そのリツシャたちは共同でこの支配劇場という空間を作った。
その場合、すべての個体を倒せば劇場は消え、事件も解決できるはずです。
But I think isn't this what we tried at the start on the last chapter and it didn't work?
たちが最初に考えた仮説でしたが、人形たちは一夜にして復活しました。
では、2つ目の可能性について。
That there is a true Herrscher of Dominance behind all of this, pulling the puppet strings.
人形たちはリツシャではなく、本物の支配のリツシャはどこかに隠れて人形たちを操っているのではないでしょうか。
Which is also a possibility that I had in my mind for a long time ago. Can't remember when it actually started, but I did think of this as a possibility.
その存在はまるでアリの群れを統率する女王アリのようで、人の心から共通する弱点を見つけ、それを増幅させ、操って最終的に支配するんです。
Give me a second. I did get rid of the text. No drop frames. Everything's good. Okay.
もしそうだとしたら、ここで人形たちの相手をしても意味はありません。ブローニャたちが倒さないといけないのは裏に隠れた黒幕です。
何か策はありますか？
はい。さっきから気になってたんですが、この場所が本当に閉鎖空間であるなら、キアナのリストバンドの信号がここに届くはずないんです。もしかしたら閉鎖されているように見えて、実は視覚や空間の錯覚を利用しているだけなのかもしれません。
Is the idea that we couldn't track Kiana's wristband when we were outside of the space known as the Theater of Domination. So if this space was something separate from the Theater of Domination, then we wouldn't be able to track Kiana's wristband, but we can. So that means that we are currently inside the Theater of Domination.
人形たちでは無限に広がる空間を作れず、階段を動かしているだけの可能性があります。奴らが重点的に守っている場所に劇場の出入り口が隠されているかもしれません。
なるほど。それなら邪魔してくる人形は気にせず、脆い場所を見つけてここを突破しましょう。
はい。ただし少し時間が必要かもしれません。
わかりました。戦闘は私に任せてください。
So that's why I only had a Fuhua to actually use instead of just being Fuhua and Bronya.
気に食わないな。どこまで持つ？見てみようじゃないか。どうして戦ってるのはあなただけなのかな。もう一人はリタイア？おーい。
Protect Bronya, keep the monsters away.
さすが断りの律者だね。
Progress will be paused when there are monsters inside the circle. Ugh. This is actually quite simple. Oops.
プログラマーってのは一番嫌いだ。わからない文字を打って頭の中には狡猾な手段ばかりが並んで。見つけました。
Nice. It feels like I skipped a little bit of dialogue from how fast this was done. You guys are really, really tinky. It almost feels like some of the attacks that I'm doing are actually missing. Follow Bronya. This Bronya looks really weird because of this. There's like this little like invisible thing that's actually floating. And I think it's supposed to be part of like Project Bunny because of the other like Bronya battlesuits that she has. Attack the weak point. Nice. Kiana, and in front of the mirror too.
ちょっと挨拶もせずに行っちゃうなんて白状だね。
Also, now I'm using Fuhua with the gauntlets that I actually look actually like.
人形がやはり劇場の中にいるからか、あっという間に追いつかれてしまいましたね。
さすがだよブローニャ。いつもあなたに水を差される。私たちは植物じゃないんだよ。何度水を差せば気が済むんだ。やはりあなたを警戒しなければ
The Theater of Swiss Cheese.
キアナに何をしたんですか？
何も。天命の主教がしたことを再現したまでだ。見たければ自分の目で見てくればいい。
Oh, I can't wait.
あなたたちがここを通れるのならね。今回は前とは違う。あなたたちに残された道はこの一本だけだ。
I love the feeling of them not knowing that their plan failed.
さあ、選んで。どうせ逃げられないんだ。本気で救いたいのなら、私たちを殺せ。
どうしますか、委員長。すぐに他の道を見つけられそうにありません。それに宿主と直接つながりのある今の状態をこのまま続けさせるのも得策ではない気がします。
どうやら他に方法はないみたいですね。ブローニャさん、私が人形と宿主のつながりを切断します。
Oh?
つながりを切断どうやって？
私は第二次崩壊の時にシーリンと崩壊の意志のつながりを中断させたことがあります。その原理は大体同じです。
It's when Shen Lishue died, or like right before Shen Lishue died.
でも委員長はもう都政の羽を持っていません。
It's true.
ええ、私の力だけでは到底無理でしょう。だから四季の律者の力を借りることにします。
Oh?
四季の律者。でもそれは危険なんじゃ。
分かっています。でもやってみないと。
Puhua closed her eyes and sank deep into her consciousness. She felt the presence of that leaden sheen again. The sheen reached down into the bottomless darkness as she had remembered. Its other end was connected to an unknown corner, and the one standing there still refused to budge.
聞いてください。もしあなたに聞こえているのなら。
Puhua whispered into the sheen. She did not know where her voice would be carried to.
キアナが今危ないんです。あなたの力が必要なんです。
The sheen in her consciousness stirred.
あなたの助けが必要なんです。僕ね、あなたたちいちいちうるさいししつこいんですよ。
I missed you so much, Herrscher of Sentience.
まずはケビンの手下。その次はわけのわからないデクノボ。今はあなたまで私に嫌がらせするんですか？
Kevin's underling. Who was this? I don't remember World Serpent talking about going to the Herrscher of Sentience, and this one, of course, it's probably the Herrscher of Dominance trying to go towards her and then telling her, "Ha ha ha, let's dominate the world."
お願いします。本当にあなたの力が必要なんです。はっ、奴らに律者の力を使うと力が奪われること、私が知らないとでも思ってるんですか？つまり釈刀殺人が望み、それとも一石二鳥を希望？はっ、わかりました。あなたもデクノボーの一員になったんですね。そうだろうと思いました。あなたの失敗だらけの人生であっさりと奴らに潰されてしまいますもんね。
As always, the Herrscher of Sentience has a bit of a sharp tongue.
人形の一員にはなっていません。今、奴らは無実の人たちの命を人質にしているんです。その意識のつながりを切断するため、あなたの力を貸してください。なってないと言われて、おいそれとそれを信じると思います？なってないなら力をよこせなんて言わないでしょ。力を借りるだけです。人形たちに勝てれば奪われません。私たちなら勝てます。いいね。未来の勝利に拍手を。なんて言うと思った？私には何の関係もないでしょ。キアナはあなたを必要としています。彼女が必要としてるのは委員長なんでしょ。私もあなたが必要なんです。
Fuhua felt the sheen in her consciousness loosen a little.
分かってます。キアナはあなたのことを否定しました。でも一緒にいた時間を思い出してください。彼女が悪い人じゃないとわかるでしょ。彼女があなたのことを不可じゃないと言ったのはあなたが嫌いだからじゃない。むしろあなたが唯一無二の魂だからこそそう言ったのです。あなたにはあなたの思考やこだわりがあって、そのこだわりを貫く執着もあります。自分が誰だか気にする必要はない。あなたはあなたのなりたい姿になれますから。ずっとそれを伝えたかったんです。キアナも私もあなたが戻ってくることを望んでいます。
Please? Fuhua eagerly awaited the Herrscher of Sentience response. She could not afford to discuss this matter further. If she would only come back with a tease, she may have to find another way.
確かにあなたの話はあのデクノボーたちよりかは面白いです。
Well, the only thing that the wooden dummies say is trash talk, so yes.
でも結局のところ、あなたたちがやらかした問題じゃないですか。あなたたちが解決すべきです。そう、やるなら自分で。
Her attitude seemed to have softened, but time was running out. Fuhua gritted her teeth and made up her mind.
ごめんなさい。
Oh. At the instant Herrscher of Sentience lowered her guard, Fuhua janked the chain. Power gushed into her instantly. She was not proud of what she did, but she had no choice.
力が戻りました。今です。
Hold the button. Mira. Kitty's back. He did say that if the Herrscher of Sentience came back with a tease, she'd have to use her own means, like forcing herself to get the power. A strange feeling crawled up Fuhua's body. So now they have the power of the Herrscher of Sentience and the Herrscher of Reason.
彼女は大丈夫です。ただ、私たちの間の会話は途切れましたが。
でも、まさか彼女が委員長に手を貸すとは思いませんでした。
About that.
正確に言うと、彼女はこのことに同意していません。彼女の心の迷いをつかせてもらいました。ただ、こちらも時間がありませんでしたので。
じゃあ、きっと今頃は怒り心頭ですね。
ちゃんと彼女を見つけ出し、謝ります。これは私が解決しなければならない問題です。
This is pretty cute. I'll find her and apologize to her.
でも今はキアナを助けに行きましょう。
10 minutes. Mira. Fuhua is great. Fuhua is greater than a normal Asian parent. Like, if I talk to my mom, like Yata did, I'm gonna get beat up for it. Well, she did get janked a bit, so... Something did happen there. Go away, for you're not welcome here. It wasn't quite the peaceful resolution between the Herrscher of Sentience and Fuhua. Ah. Okay, I got it in time.
Oh, なるほど。これが意識の力？
落ち着いてください、ブローニャさん。まだ奴らは力を自在に扱えないはずです。これは目くらましに過ぎません。
もし式の律者の力に断りの律者の力を加えたらどうなるのかな。そんなにここを通りたいなら目を閉じたまま戦ってみたら。
Watch me.
少し厄介ですね。
ブローニャさん、意識の中で方向を定めた後、それを知るべにキアナを目指して動けば大丈夫です。
お。Oh, I really can't see well. I think I can use Bronia's QTE at the moment, but because it's supposed to be dark, I can't see it. Oops, I'm missing out. I'm missing the attack. Hey, is this a reflection? No, it's act. Why is it down there? So weird. Maybe she's not supposed to be down there.
動けば大丈夫簡単に言うけど、二つの律者の力を持つ私たちを前に、あなたたちは。
Also, I do understand, even though I don't have like Asian parents and stuff like that, I do understand what you feel. I can never be right when I'm talking with my mom. It's always such a pain.
一体何が
Like before, at one point, she got like her new like cell phone, and I told her, "Hey, just fiddle with your phone and try to learn how to use it yourself." And she got mad at me because I tried to tell her to actually learn how to use the phone herself instead of just like needing my help 24/7.
人形がゆっくりと倒れていく。
赤い雷光メイ姉様
Hey.
メイさんが
The sweet, sweet sounds of the puppets screaming.
聞いたよね。あなた、何をしたの？別に、力勝負であなたたちに勝っただけよ。
なんだって。
あら、私から逃げなければならないことを理解していたのに、その理由が分かっていなかったの？トカゲの尻尾切り。どうやら自分たちの弱点を全く理解していないようね。
雷の律者の力。
どうして奪えない？
Just like Jackal said.
どうしてか知りたい？簡単よ。あなたたちが弱すぎるから。
Delicious.
あなたたちの支配は所詮強引に奪っているだけに過ぎない。でもあなたたちより強い力の持ち主が相手だとダメージを負うだけでなく支配の力自体も乱れてしまうよね。覚悟はいい？今のはただのお試し。あなたたちの支配と私の征服、どちらがより強いか。
Which is stronger, your dominance or my conquest?
ここからが本番よ。
先輩ねえ先輩、もう戦わなくていいよ。連れてってあげる。セイフレイヤに戻ろう。みんな待ってるよ。一緒に過去に戻ろう。今度はもう二度と離れ離れにならないから。
過去に戻る必要はない。
Did you really think that was going to be enough to make May waver? When it was her that hit Kiana in the past with her knee straight into her face.
そして彼女にもそんな必要はないわ。
Are you ready? I think you're not. The delicious screams of the Herrscher of Dominance. The puppets vanish in the theater. The puppets in the theater fell one by one. Their creations vanish along with them.
私たちの力が私たちのおもちゃが所詮は盗んだ力、その程度ってわけね。なんだよ、力を使い切って
そっちだって弱ってるじゃないか。
So she used a large amount of power in order to actually do that whole thing about shocking the puppets.
そんな姿でどうやって戦うんだ。今のあなたならすぐに劇場から追い出せるよ。そしたらもう二度と入ってこれない。楽しみにしてて。あなたたちの仲間を皆殺しにしてあげるから。何を笑ってる。
あなたにはわからないだろうけど、私にはわかる。キアナちゃんたちは何があってもあなたには負けないわ。
And as a matter of fact, Kiana already won her battle.
何の音？
外で何かあったみたいね。
外ってみんなに何か？
彼女たち、律者と戦ってるみたい。止まった時間もそろそろ動き始めるわ。言ったでしょキアナ。あんたは一人じゃないって。
The second thunderclap sounded violent enough to rip the space open.
支配の律者の力が弱まったわ。
They gazed at each other in silence. Only the hands of time slowly resumed moving.
準備はいいキアナ。
分かってるよ、姫子先生。
Said Kiana with determination.
さて、最後にあと少しだけ付き合ってもらうわよ。聖フレイヤでのこと、まだはっきりと覚えてるわ。あんたが入学したての頃、最強のバルキリーになるって騒いでたよね。ちょっと目を離しただけなのに、もうこんなに成長しちゃって。
Right?
本当のことを言うと、あんたたちの成長を見守りたかったわ。聖フレイヤに戻って、授業をして、一緒に訓練したかった。黒板に字を書いて、部屋に戻って、一杯いただきたかった。聖フレイヤでのあの時間は、私にとって、かけがえのない思い出よ。もうそれができないと思うと、悔しいわね。この先、道はまだまだ長いけど、私は、もうそばにいてあげられない。でも、大丈夫よ、キアナ。あんたが私を失望させることはないわ。覚えておきなさい。あんたの周りには、たくさんの人がいて、あんたを支え、守ってくれている。その中には、私もいるの。私の旅は、ここまでよ。ここからはキアナ、あんたの道。
あの扉をくぐったら、ここのすべてが消える。そうだよね。
わからない。でも、そうだと思うわ。聖フレイヤのみんなによろしく言っておいて。メイにはその選択を応援するけど、次は友達にあんなひどいことしちゃダメよって伝えておいて。
It'll take us a little bit of time to tell her that, but sure.
伝えておくよ。
それと、ブローニャの成長を喜んでることも、きっと優秀なリーダーになれると、あの子に伝えておいて。
私もそう思う。
フカには、これから先もう会うことはできないけど、聖フレイヤがあろうとなかろうと、 あんたはみんなのいい長だって伝えておいて。
うん。
これからは学園長だけがあんたたちの面倒を見るんだから、ちゃんと言うことを聞いて怒らせちゃダメよ。学園長を手伝ってあげて。いつも強がってるけど、本当は私たちよりもずっと大変なのよ。
分かってるよ。
あ、そうだ。ラグナ隊長はリタとデュランダルの先生でもあったわ。機会があったら隊長の意思を彼女たちにも教えてあげて。
任せて。
最後にキアラ、あんたのことだけど、私はずっとあんたのそばにいるわ。キアラ、あまり気負いすぎないで。
said Himeko with a gentle smile.
今は夢の中。夢から覚めたらみんな前に向かって進まないといけない。別れを恐れないで。過去に別れを告げるのは未来に向かうためだから。
分かってる。姫子先生。分かってるよ。
Kiana clenched her fists.
ごめん、姫子先生。分かってるの。こういう時は笑って別れを告げて、あの扉をくぐるべきだって。ここが記憶の残影で、現実の方が戻るべき場所だって分かってるのに。でも思っちゃうの。あの扉をくぐらなければ時間は永遠に止まったままで、この瞬間がずっと続くんじゃないかって。さよならを言う機会すらなかった。話したいことがまだたくさんあるのに。偉そうに言った目標もまだ実現できてないのに。これは夢はいつか覚めるものだって分かってるから。ちゃんと戻って千人律者を倒してメイ先輩を連れて帰るから。第11律者も第12律者も周辺の律者にだって勝ってみせる。この完璧じゃない物語を私たちの望んだように変えるから。ただそれを姫子先生にも見せたかった。
見れるに決まってるわ。キアナ、あんたが望めば私もちゃんとそれを見届けることができる。私はあんたの心の中にいるんだから。
Kiana! If you can.
あんたを見てると自分の子供の頃を思い出すわ。母の葬式で私はどうしようもないくらい泣きじゃくって父の腕を掴んで離れようとしなかった。しばらくして その場に残っているのは私と父の二人だけになってたわ。長いこと父は私の頭を撫でてくれてた。顔を上げて父を見てみると、その目は赤くなっててね。私と違って静かに涙を流してたの。
It's not fair, dude. If Kiana also like cries like that, then how can I hold myself back?
でも父はこう言った。大丈夫だ、姫子。母さんは星になって空の上から見守ってくれていると。今まで父はそういった表現をしたことがなかったし、慰めの言葉も不器用だったわ。けど今でも私はその言葉を信じてる。キアナ、あんたが信じてくれるなら、私は星になって空の上からあんたを見守ってるわ。たとえ明かりが消え、月が輝きを失っても、ずっと変わらないかすかな光があんたの進む方向を照らしてる。だから恐れないで。私はいなくなってなんかない。生徒のため前に進む力になってやることが教師にとって最も望む結末よ。
分かってる。
全ては終わり、変わっていく。その変化はあんたの世界を丸ごと変えることがあるかもしれないけど、でも大丈夫。それがこの世界で最も強い力、人々に希望や道を切り開く力を与えてくれる。迷った時は星空を見上げなさい。私はそこであんたのために夜を照らすから。
ありがとう、姫子先生。
The end of the world started to emit white light.
私、そろそろ行くね。
え、行ってらっしゃい。前に進みなさい、キアナ。恐れず、大胆に。私はこれからもずっとあんたを見守ってるわ。だってあんたはこの村田姫子の生徒だもの。
姫子先生。先生の生徒になれて嬉しかった。先生に出会えて私幸せだよ。
私も同じよ。行きなさい、キアナ。じ
ゃあね、姫子先生。
Well, of course, there's only one option.
行きなさい、キアナ。
We stall for time.
みんながあんたを待ってるわ。私はあんたを見守り続けるから。これで会うのは最後だけど、さよならなんかじゃないわ。人生から太陽が消えたからといって泣いてしまえば、その涙で星が見えなくなってしまう。どう？いい言葉でしょ？タゴールの詩よ。
タゴール。
ある夜に私は記憶をすべて燃やし、それから私の夢は綺麗に見えるようになった。ある朝に私は過去をすべて捨て、それから私の足取りは軽くなった。これもタゴールの言葉よ。気に入ったのなら今度読んでみて。どうしたの、キアナ？まだ私の話が聞きたいの？
Looks like I've been found out.
立ち止まるのは良くないわ。ちゃんと言うことを聞いて、学園長を困らせちゃダメよ。
Like that every single one of these interactions is a unique one. I just gotta keep going until it loops.
まあ、あんたたちはもう、いたずらをするような年じゃないか。セーフレイヤでの日々は、まるで昨日の出来事のよう。あ、私にとっては、確かに昨日の出来事ではあるわね。あの赤のドレス、まだ一度も着ていないのに、残念だわ。今のあんたたちは、もう授業を受けなくてもいいのよね。これからは、学園長を手伝ってあげなさいね。知ってる？学園長はたまに口が悪いけど、ちゃんとあんたたちのことを思ってるから。
You mentioned this before, Himeko.
メイのことなら心配いらないわ、キアナ。あんたたちは最高のパートナーなんだから。ここで立ち止まってたら、メイに追いつけなくなるわよ。私は物語の本じゃないわよ、キアナ。
But you do have a lot of codes, and you still haven't looped. So I guess we continue.
勇敢に進みなさい、キアナ。私の心はずっと、あんたと一緒にいるから。これからも、あんたたちの成長を見守り続けるわ。また夢の中で会えるかもしれないわね。未来に不安を感じるのは当たり前のことだから、大丈夫よ。自分のやりたいことをやればいいの。忙しくても、ちゃんとご飯を食べなさいよ。まあ、あんたの場合、その心配はいらないか。
That's true. Kiana always eats way too much.
入学したばかりの頃の訓練をまだ覚えてる？キアナ、あの時、全員まとめてかかってこいって私が挑発したでしょ？そして、誰も私に勝てなかった。でも今なら、私よりずっと強くなってるわよね。これ以上ここにいたら、仲間が心配するわよ。
Just a little bit longer.
どうしてこんな時に限って、些細なことばかり思い出しちゃうのかしらね。メイの手料理が少し恋しくなってきたわ。私は簡単なものしか作れないから。そういえば、昔フカが麺料理を作ってくれたことがあったの。確か名前は、サンダンミエン。信州の料理よ。もう長いこと食べてないから、もう一度食べたいわ。昔、セーフレイヤにいた頃、学園長にいろいろ説教されたわ。教師らしくしなきゃって分かってるけど。学園長だって、いつもお菓子を一番下の引き出しに隠してるじゃない。実はこっそり何回かもらってたんだけど、学園長気づいてたかしら。教えちゃダメよ。ほらほら、これ以上話してたら、みんなの秘密をうっかりばらしちゃいそう。
That's fine. I won't tell.
まだ時間がある、チャンスがあると思って、結局、できなかったことがたくさんあるわ。もしやりたいことがあるのなら、先延ばしせずに、思いっきりチャレンジするのよ。
She really has like a lot of like quotes.
せっかくだから、もう一つお話を教えてあげるわ。これは昔聞いた、ある物語よ。キアナ。自分が死ぬと分かった母親が、子供のために手紙をたくさん書いて、毎年子供の誕生日になると、手紙が届くようにしたの。そして子供へのプレゼントに、彼女はキャンディーを買うのに十分なお小遣いを手紙に入れた。子供が大きくなるにつれ、手紙に入ったお小遣いも増えていく。彼女はそういう形で子供の成長を見守ったわ。 自分がいなくなっても子供の成長を励ます母親としてその子供時代を守れるようにね。
うん。
残念だけど今の私にはあんたたちにそういう手紙を残す時間はないわ。でもね、キアナ、私もあんたたちの成長を守ることはできる。あんたたちが私から学んだもの、引き継いだもの、それが私があんたたちに残したキャンティーよ。それはあんたたちが大人になることを助け、前へと進む力となる。それが私の存在した証。私がずっとあんたたちのそばにいる証よ。キアナ、もうあんたに教えられるものは何もないわ。この先どんな困難があろうともあんたは乗り越えられる。あんたなら正しい選択ができる。私はそう信じてるから。
Himeko tenderly gazes at you and talks no more. Five more times. Maybe there's something secret if you actually press it like 10 times for something. I lost count. Two more. Thank you, Himeko. My glasses are getting foggy. Now I have to look up to actually be able to see. Thank you for everything, Himeko. Thank you for giving Kiana this chance. Thank you for being an amazing teacher. Thank you for being an amazing character. And thank you for telling every single one of the players all of these things. Maybe for a lot of people, all those words are just gonna be going through one ear and coming out of the other. And having a hope and doing nice things. Becoming like Kiana and not letting despair take control of her. Those are all very important things. Himeko wasn't only like a teacher for Kiana. I think she was a teacher for every single one of the players, for anyone that wanted to listen to the things, to the lectures that she gave. All the words that she said in this entire stage are all so important, and I think everybody should pay attention to them. To some people, Himeko might have been only a character of Honkai Impact there, and nothing more than that. The truth be told, she's like much more than that for anybody that wasn't to listen to her. She really is a great teacher. She did her best for the girls. She did the best for us as players. Thank you for everything, Kimiko. Thank you. Too much positive and wholesome. Yeah. I'm gonna be a complete mess after this, but if you think about it in a different way, this really is very positive and wholesome. Oops. I dropped my towel and I bent myself over to bow at Himeko. Goodbye.
Kiana, あんたは私の誇りよ。
委員長、キアナが目覚めました。
キアナ、大丈夫
Kiana opened her eyes, probably because she had been unconscious for too long. She felt she just woke up from a deep dream. At the very least, my tracking didn't mess up when I bowed.
委員長、ブローニャ、どうしてここに？
バカ、キアナを助けに来たに決まってるじゃないですか。
何があったの？
Kiana's mind gradually came back. And the quiver in her heart also slowly eased.
いろいろあったの。
うん。
助けに来てくれてありがとう。ここを出たら全部話すから。今はまず奴らと決着をつけよう。
Not far away, the puppets dragged themselves limping towards the center of the theater to escape. After suffering a devastating blow from the Herrscher of Thunder, their already weird moments became even creepier.
あいつらどうしちゃったの？
先ほど人形たちが急に体を震わせたかと思うと、その場で倒れてね。状況から考えて、おそらく雷の律者による攻撃だと思う。
メイ
先輩。
メイ姉様もきっとどこかで一緒に戦っているんだと思います。
My throat feels so bad. Trying to hold back my sobs.
その後、奴らが断りの律者の力を使って構築したものが全て消えた。
ブローニャもそれを感じました。
Mm.
確かにですが、断りの律者の力がコアに戻りつつあるみたいです。
メイさんの攻撃は人形の力を大幅に削った。おそらく今の奴らに律者の力を支配する余裕はない。
つまり奴らの力を削り続ければ奪われた力を取り戻せるってことだよね。
ブローニャもそう思います。
じゃあやることは簡単だね。
うん
削り切るまで頑張れば私たちの勝ちってわけだ。
I noticed. She doesn't have a bar anymore. I can spam it.
キアナ、あなた、本当にあの空の律者に勝ったの？
がっかりさせちゃうだろうけど、その通りだよ。
すごい、強いね。さすがだ。
うん
先生を失った絶望に押しつぶされない。空の律者にも負けない。あの子はもうあなたをどうにかできない。いいよ、キアナ。認めるよ。あなたは本当にヒーローなのかもしれない。
私はヒーローなんかじゃない。私を率いて導いてくれた人たち、彼女たちこそが本物のヒーローだ。私はただ彼女たちが残した道をたどって歩んできただけ。彼女たちがちゃんと存在したことを忘れないように。
そうかもしれないね。だが私たちは違う。
気をつけて。あの異様な気配がますます強くなってる。
私たちはヒーローじゃない。あなたが助けようとする人たちも違う。彼らは私たちと同じ人形。抗うことを諦め、何のために生きてるかわからない敗者だ。自分の無力さと弱さを憎み、それを世界に対する怨念へと変えた。
あんたたちは人間の本質を全て代弁してるわけじゃない。
しかし私たちは人類の心に存在する影、言葉にできない醜悪。この1000人を操ってるのは、この1000人の意志が統合された存在だ。1000の悲しみ、絶望、狂気、呪い、壊されたい、囚われたい、支配されたい気持ち。無数の悪意にねじ曲げられて一つになった。それがこの支配劇場を構築して支配の律者を作ったんだ。
あんたたちは人の心の闇しか見ようとせず、美しいものを見ようとしない。あんたたちは人類を支配して諦めさせようとそそのかしたくせに、彼らの心にあるもう一つの声を聞こうとしなかった。だからあんたたちは崩壊の傀儡に過ぎないんだ。私たちはこの劇場を破壊し、支配された人たちの心を取り戻してみせる。
いいだろう、キアナ。最後の舞台はもう整ってる。
And we'll gladly take it.
来い。ここからはヒーローと悪の最終決戦だ。
ここが最後の舞台。
I'm ready.
来たよ、支配の律者。
I like the way that the Herrscher of Dominance put it. The stage for the heroic and the evil. Let's go.
キアナ、遠距離からの攻撃に気をつけて。
Okay, so Fuhu is a counter. There we go. I missed it.
どうして立ち止まらない？こんな無意味なことをして何の意味がある？ここに閉じ込められるべきだ。永遠にね。死ぬまでずっと。
How? It's those attacks that I hate that the other minions actually do. Cool.
委員長、
Mm.
委員長を返して慌てない。すぐにあなたたちの番だから。戦い続ける。
I'm not used to this. Of course it had to take away the counter first. Mm. This is not looking very good. They really leveled up their animation now. Before there was like a bit of like blurriness whenever they had like an animation because of the rendering, but now it's like completely gone. It's like they worked on like the anti-aliasing and the model and the quality. This is like more deserving of like a PC game rather than a mobile game. Mm.
人形の糸が全てを操ってる。この場所は最初から奴らのテリトリー。支配の律者はこんなこともできるの？
ネチネチして鬱陶しい。
Stack them.
怒ったよ。
Here we go.
最後の瞬間
どうして無駄な抗いをする？どうして無意味な反抗を続ける？
私はここに閉じ込めるつもり。
R1.
委員長とブローニャを助けないと。私はここで止まったりしない。
You said it before, Kiana. We just need time. Ouch. The more that we fight the Herrscher, the less power it's gonna have, and then we can take back the powers of the Herrschers. And if we can take back the powers of the Herrschers from Bronya and Fuhua, maybe they can get away and we can start attacking back. About time you actually came into the stage, Herrscher of Dominance. Also, it looks like it's actually fixed. All of this like little like stages had CGs on them, and the audio's still okay. Maybe it's just one of the things about how they coded the other. Maybe it's just how they coded the other whatchamacallit, the other like CGs that screwed up with how they're supposed to work. Ow. Almost there. I'm actually surprised. A lot of times when people do like or when like game devs do this sort of like bosses that have different faces, a lot of the attacks that they do are just like shared between the faces. But on this phase 2, it actually had a lot of like unique. They had like a lot of unique attacks. No, because they're not real.
あなたの存在は不幸をもたらすだけ。けど、それは彼女たちが自ら求めたもの。なぜならみんなあなたと同じ愚かで無能で存在する価値もないから。
This is what I'm talking about. Just look at how good the choreography of all the attacks. It's so nice. It's so clean. And the resolution of the models on this like little like CG, rather maybe it's not like a CG. Because look at the transition. The transition is perfect. It's literally in game. Yeah, maybe that's probably the reason why. Whoa. Maybe that's the reason why it's not like bugged now, because the other ones were. The other CGs, attention to Herrscher, that's gathering attacks, attack the remember corrupted course. It's because the other ones weren't in-game, that's why it was bugging out. They were actual CGs. There we go. This one is a CG. It's not in-game. You can tell by the black bars and the resolution of the image.
終わった。
Phase 3? Hmm. Finale. Curtain fall. Hmm. No phase 3. Or maybe you can count as like a phase 3 that entire fight, because we did that like extra fight at the start with Fuhua and Bronya. I'm surprised. 2 movies and 3 documents. And it's the end of the arc, so you know what that means. They do this on every end of arc. A single movie. Now the question, which one is going to be the movie? Alright. I was already hurt a lot by the entire thing about Himeko, so please don't make it hurt as much as Fuhua's end of arc. Please. I beg of you. Using them as hostages. It's expected of the Herrscher of Dominance. Ah! Ugh. God damn. Ah. Huh? You're wrong. They're all okay. Mm. Mhm. If you want me to be there and watch it, I'll be there and I'll be watching, said Himeko. And she was indeed there. Watching how Kiana defeated that Legion Herrscher. Oh. It's not over. It's not over. Still one more movie and 3 documents that I had to get through. Gosh. My hand hurts. I was clutching my towel really, really hard to just hold myself back from just like screaming in the middle of the movie. I was getting really, really excited. Especially after the Bronya part. Oh god. Whew. Alright. Next part. Mm.
負けた。ああ、私たちは負けた。でも私たちは何に負けたの？正義に、希望に、それとも単に力に負けた？
あんたにはわからないよ。
でもわかりたいよ、キアナ。 キアナ、羨ましいよ。どうしてあなたは毎回勝てるの？妨害があってもあなたは動揺しない。どんな窮地に陥ろうとも、あなたは自分の力で乗り越える。
It's not on her own.
私は一人じゃないから。
でも私たちも一人じゃない。私たちは1000人も仲間がいるのに。
あんたたちをつないでいるのは理想でも理解でも互いを信じ合う心でもない。あんたたちはただ同じ目的のために集まって負の感情を吐き出してただけ。そんな相手は仲間とは言わない。
なるほど。でもキアナ、あと一つだけ聞きたい。あなたたちの信念、仲間、守りたいという気持ちで本当に崩壊に勝てるの
？Even if we can't, we sure as hell gonna try.
私たちは失敗したかもしれないけど、これからの敵は私たちよりもずっと矛盾してて強い。その時、あなたはまだそんな儚いものを頼りに戦おうとするの
How come you always win, Captain, right? Captain, it's plot armor.
私は諦めない。
It's always the power of friendship. And the power of character development.
それに儚いものなんかじゃないよ。これは人が人である証。
キアナ、本当のことを言うと少し説得されそうになってたんだよ。羨ましいな。あなたの言った通り、私たちは崩壊の傀儡に過ぎない。私たちをつないだのは嫌な意図だけ。あれ？私は一体どちら側なんだろう。もうすぐ死ぬから変なこと考えちゃってるのかな。でも人の悪意は消えないよ、キアナ。
We know. We know.
あなたもすぐにわかるはず。いや、ずっとわかってるはずだよ。あなたへの試練はこの先にもまだたくさん残ってる。ああ、来る。金色の糸がもう私に巻きついてる。
The puppet hung her head in silence, quietly awaiting her ending. At the last puppet, in the theater where the curtain had fallen, Kiana swung her sword. Next. A few weeks later. Faint, still clouds dotted the sky. A fish saluting the sight beneath. Breezes brushed past blades of grass. Oh, here it is. As if whispering prayers to them.
私たちの友人を、永遠の英雄を、今日ここに忍ぶわ。
Teresa gazed solemnly at those who were present from the front. On the marble platform behind her rested a broken greatsword.
彼女の人生や彼女が成した偉業は割愛させてもらうわね。それは誰もが知ってることだから。ただ彼女と共に過ごした時間を みんなと共有したいと思う。私たちが出会ったばかりの頃、彼女はまだバルキリー突撃隊の普通の隊員だった。彼女は未熟で、かつての私たちと同じだった。
うん。
でもある任務の後、彼女の瞳は変わったわ。当時の彼女にとって、たくさんの道が用意されてたはず。私はただ、もう一つの可能性を彼女に提示しただけ。ええ。彼女に、聖フレイヤ学園の招待状を送ったの。けどしばらくして、私は後悔したわ。教師のくせに授業には遅れるし、朝帰りはするし、二日酔いで起きてこないこともしばしばあった。彼女から没収したものだけで、物置部屋がいっぱいになるほどだったわ。生徒たちは彼女のことが大好きだったけど、私はため息ばかりついてたのを覚えてる。彼女はあまりにも教師らしくなかったから。
Teresa closed her eyes, and the memories of those days recurred to her.
でも、そんな教師が自分の生徒を救ったの。
She wasn't a model teacher, but she still was the best teacher.
そんな教師が私たちに仲間の意味、戦うことの意味、理想の意味を教えてくれた。そして美しさの意味もね。彼女は最高の先生だったわ。
Teresa turned to face the marble platform.
姫子、これいいお酒よね。没収した時、あなたがとても悲しんでたのを覚えてる。今あなたに返すわ。
Teresa walked aside. The confession of the breezes lowered the tender blades of grass. Kiana walked up and gazed at the broken greatsword. It once brushed past her. The crackling was still ringing in her ears. She tightened her grasp on the vessel.
私は迷ったせいで過ちを犯し、恐怖で自分を見失ったことがある。暗闇の中で姫子先生が空に明かりを灯してくれた。静かな夜を歩むための道を照らしてくれた。どう進めばいいのか教えてくれた。姫子先生。先生が残してくれた空は今も綺麗だよ。私たちは先生が切り開いてくれた道を歩いて前へと進むから。
She kept it. Kiana kept it. And she hasn't lost it. Breezes have stopped praying. Silence settled over. They walked up one by one to place their memories on the marble. They were consumed by times that have gone, and seldom spoke for the rest of the morning. The sparse clouds disappeared unknowingly. The sky remained a clear blue until it was engulfed by starlight. Kiana did not dream that night. May looked up into the sky. The stars were unusually bright that night, adorning the sky like frozen tears. Certain that she was alone, she approached the broken greatsword. The marble stood in a bed of flowers that represented memories. May bowed lightly and walked to the platform.
すみません、姫子先生。こんな時に一人で会いに来てごめんなさい。
It's fine, May. She knows. She already knows. May stood silently for a moment, as if waiting her words. She had many things to say, but felt that doing so would deprive them of their meaning.
あなたの教えはずっと覚えています。それがあるおかげで、私は自分の選択を強く信じることができました。誰かを守る方法、そして自分の人生を貫く方法をあなたは私に教えてくれました。そして私はその教えを守っていきます。
May took a deep breath. There were things she did not want to say yet.
言葉より行動で示した方がいいですよね。
She placed a bouquet on the marble. Okay, didn't miss anything.
今までありがとうございました。姫子先
生。
あなたの生徒になれて幸せでした。
She bowed one last time. Her farewell shook the night air and the marble. She then faded into the starry night. Last one. Last one.
何の用だ?
Seeing that May has come to him, the man sitting on the stone bench broke the silence. She appeared to have changed greatly since they last met. He knew she would come to him.
支配の律者が倒されたわ。
ああ、
She said.
知っているよ。
そのコアは消え、行方もわからない。でも、今日はそのことで来たわけじゃない。
何が聞きたい？
私が律者の力を使って人形と戦った時、私の意識は言い表せない妙な空間に連れて行かれた。そこは律者の力の根源たる場所だと思う。果てしない意識がそこを覆っているように感じた。その意識は私の脳内に何かを直接注ぎ込もうとしたけど、それは私の体内を満たす電磁波によって阻まれたわ。ケビン、私は疑問に感じたの。もしその意識が例の崩壊の神なら、そんなことで自分の使徒に影響を与えられなくなるもの？
The man did not expect her to ask such a question. Since when had she perceived it to such an extent?
前の世代から今日まで全文明の最後の英雄として戦ってきたあなたが何も知らないわけないわよね。
May looked Kevin in the eye.
今の世代の人たちに教えていない秘密はあとどれだけあるの？
The man remained silent. He was pondering.
答えてほしい。今すぐに。
いいだろ
う。He made a decision.
今の君にならその資格がある。
資格？
The man raised his hand to point in a direction. A lightless corridor meandered out from a corner of the sacrificial ground. At the end of that darkness lay the beginning of the world.
答えを求める資格さ。
May did not know how long she walked. She was still surrounded by darkness. It seemed as if the corridor stretched on and on until it reached another space. She felt something in the boundless darkness.
ケビン？ケビン？あ あなたって本当に人に迷惑をかけるのが好きね。
I know her, but I don't know her. Huh? In order to find the truth about Honkai, under Kevin's orders, May set out for that place known as the Elysian Realm. Play the relevant chapters in Elysian Realm mode. What now? Play the relevant chapters in Elysian Realm mode. Am I supposed to continue with this? Or am I supposed to continue with the Elysian Realm? That's quite the question. But I mean, after all the things that happened, can I say this was a happy ending? Can I say that after my face and my eyes got absolutely destroyed? Oh, also, I finally know why this back was shown on the thumbnail. It's not because they talked about her on the last stage of the chapter, of this chapter. It's because this literally happens in this chapter. Also, how long did that take? What time is it? It's 3. An extra hour. I probably wasted a lot of time on that whole part of Impact. Well, normally people play the Elysian Realm first, I think. Should I? Normally people play the Elysian Realm first, I think. But is there a but there? Is there something that I should start thinking about if I want to start the Elysian Realm, or if I want to like wait for it? I can't remember when I can't remember who it was that told me about a timing for the Elysian Realm. I don't know if it was you or if it was Himal. What am I looking for? This, because I don't have enough. Maybe we should grab this instead. I don't have enough for any of them. Do you have any recommendations, Strom? Do you think it will be better for me if I start playing the original Elysian Realm on the next stream? Or do you think it would be better if I actually start playing with this? Or well, this. Also, I already read this manga. So I'm already like caught up with the manga. Because I really have no idea what to do. I'm actually surprised that I'm gonna be able to actually finish this thingy. Or you can play Thus Spoke Apocalypse and play ER after finish Thus Spoke. So I have those two options. I guess I could ask my friend what he thinks, if I should do one or the other. In any case, I am going to be taking a rest tomorrow. I need to get it. I need to get my emotions in check after everything that happened. I have been completely and utterly destroyed. You know, when I saw the thing that happened to Fuhua and Bronya, I was 100% sure that this was going to be a reset. Like Honkai Gakuen. But I was going to say, is this a reset? And but I decided to just like hold my words there, just like because before I had said something around the likes of I don't want to compare the two games, or I don't want to follow the logic of the other game to try to like work with this game. Yeah, as your friend. Because next arc after Thus Spoke Apocalypse is about Alicia. So if anything, it's important for me to finish it before I start this chapter. And I mean, I can see why. Just showing up here. They just do gymnastics. They play around with our feelings and everything else with the story. You know, there's something that I really like. Even though you said the whole thing about the plot armor, and yes, there is indeed some sort of like plot armor that is going on with all the characters in the game. But even with like stories like that, it's always nice to have like some sort of like a threat. So for there to be like some sort of like stakes, for something to actually just bring out this emotion that can be sadness, happiness, anger, anything of the sort, from that the game can actually just bring this out. Because there's a lot of games that I've played where people just call the game just like, oh my god, this is like so sad, or this is like that. Actually, I'm just gonna say it straight up. A long time ago, when Blue Archive got released, I saw the game and I thought to myself, this game doesn't look interesting at all. They're marketing the girls. They're only marketing the girl characters. So this is 100% going to end up being like some sort of like loot game, and it's not going to have anything else, because the drive, the thing that makes people play the game is going to be the girls. And so I decided to just not play Blue Archive when the game got released. And then I started listening to, and then I started like watching like YouTube videos, and some YouTube videos had music from Blue Archive. And I thought to myself, damn, this game has some pretty good music. And I mentioned that in like a Discord that I was in. And somebody said, oh, by the way, Blue Archive also has very good story. Has a good story. And of course, the moment that I saw that, I was just like, are you telling me that Blue Archive actually has a good story and it's not just about the girls? And they were saying, yes, indeed, you should play it. And so, to play the story, I decided to start the game. But it didn't hit me. I don't think the game. I played it and I got up to when the first chapter of the Rabbits got released, and my favorite part of the story, and my single only part of the story that I liked, was Eden Treaty Part 2. Because that was the single point in time in Blue Archive where there were actually like stakes. But the thing is that those stakes didn't last the entire chapter. The resolution of that chapter was so simple, so easy, and it was really devoid of those like stakes that were happening. Everything just like ended up completely perfectly. There were like no emotions, there was no happy moment, there was no sad moment. They tried, but it just didn't hit me. And I can fully understand I play Blue Archive only because gacha. Exactly. That's the main drive of the game. It's the gacha, it's the girls. But in everything else, it lacks. It lacks in gameplay. It lacks on like end game. It lacks on the side stories. The event, I played the event in Blue Ark, and I'm just thinking this is just gag. There's nothing in this, and most of the story in the main story was also like a bunch of like gags. You're supposed to just go like ha 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 XD, or like bring out something just like, oh, everybody's just like trying to go for the sensei and stuff like that, because that's the main driving point of the game. It's seriously just putting you with the students and forming that like sort of like relationship so that you get interested in them. And they know this, because I don't know if you've noticed from like the like when I started playing it, I started like following Twitters or like accounts from like fans that were like big fans of like Blue Archive and stuff like that. And whenever they talk about it, every single time, it's always talking about the girls, about looting them, about licking their toes, about how loot their clothes are, or how they want to be with them. Every single time. There's absolutely no talk about side stories, about events, about the main story. It's just the discussion of the players is just completely devoid of that. And whenever I heard things about Honkai Impact, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, of course there's talk about the characters, but there's also like for example, in this game specifically, there's this big focus on the story. Everyone talks about the story of this game, so of course I was going to be interested. Plus the fact that my game recommended this game to me. The Blue Archive, it was recommended to me by not really like a personal friend, just somebody that I talked to before in like Discord. So I decided to trust it. I also trusted somebody else with Punishing Great Raven, but apparently currently Punishing Great Raven has some pretty good story, but to get to this point in the story, it took way too long. I played it for like a year, and that game was very, very dry in terms of like content. Content came once in a blue moon. Seriously. And a lot of like some of like the event stories and stuff like that weren't that good. I think the main drive for like Punishing Great Raven is the action. And even then there were some things that I didn't like about the action. For example, when there were like enemies that had some sort of like, let's say that an enemy was doing like a whirlwind attack. If you dodge the whirlwind, you're screwed. You're absolutely, from that moment on, you just lost your time because you activated the bullet time, and the attack still has active frames. So that means that if you get close to the enemy, you're gonna get hit. So you're just gonna have to stand there, lose like 5 seconds of your time waiting for the bullet time to actually end, and then you have to wait after that for the attack to end, and then you can go back into it. So you already wasted a bunch of like time trying to just like do attacks. Just like, it was really bad. I really hated that, one of the things. And there were a lot of enemies that had like attacks that they were like lunge, and they were like flying enemies, so they could actually get outside the stage where you were not able to hit them, which was also really, really annoying. Those are like the two things that I remember. And for the story, it was okay. It was reaching like a certain point. Apparently, I stopped where the story was supposed to actually start getting good. But the start of like that single like chapter where it was supposed to start getting good didn't catch me, and so I decided to just like give up on it. And I mean, it's fair. It's fair that a gacha game can just like sort of like stumble at the start. I mean, this game stumbled from chapter 1 up until here. It got slightly interesting here, and then we got this, which is just like wow, and we got the animation, and so it's just like wow, this is interesting. And then we get chapter 9, and it's just like holy crap, this just went from like 0 to 100. But if show anybody else only these chapters, and they're not gonna like the game. You have to get at the very least to this to the end of this point to actually just like get your interest up. And it probably lasted a long time before they actually started with the story in this way. But it's just like it keeps getting better and better and better and better. And I mean, maybe this is just because I started playing really late into the game. I don't know how long it actually took them to actually do this, but yeah, just like for games like Punishing Great Raven and Blue Archive, I lasted like a year with them. Like I do try to give them a chance until they start just like getting the good story online, but it just like never hit. For me, it never hit. It's different for everyone. If people like the story, then it's fine. I don't mind. I'm not going to go after their throat if they say that the story is insane and that I'm missing out on it. It's their own opinion, and everybody is entitled to their own opinion, which is why I'm also entitled to say that I didn't like it. And that's the end of it. And for every single one of the chapters and for all the things that have been happening here, the stakes have been really good. The story, the emotions, everything that has been happening. You love Himeko. You end up loving Himeko, and then you lose Himeko. You get the story about Celia and Bronya, and you love both of them, and then you save and then Bronya saves Celia at the cost of her own like freedom, and then Celia comes back, and it's like that entire big thing. Diane's sojourn, this part, it's also like a bunch of like feelings about Himeko. It's like there's like stakes, there's a lot of things that are happening here that just like make you interested, and that's what I've been liking about this game. And there's also bad things that happen, and nothing gets resolved perfectly in this game. You lose Himeko, and you lose Kiana. over here, Bronya is pretty much losing Cele, but she gains the power of the Herrscher of Reason, and now she has the power to actually try to look for Cele, because they need to fight against the Serpent, because before we didn't know that the Serpent was actually Kevin. And over here, they actually end up losing. Bronya loses, and they're only able to get quote-unquote out because of like wealth, taking the Herrscher core back. But even then, they still end up losing, and the Serpent gets out, and now there's like this big threat on the real world. So that's the thing that happens here. It doesn't get resolved perfectly. Over here, the whole thing about the Kiana radiation of the bomb, it doesn't get resolved perfectly. The thing that happens to Kiana, and we see the things that are happening here with like Kiana. We lose Fuhua, we lose Mei. And this is more like a story of like growth for like Mei. Over here, we learn about Fuhua, and we almost lose Fuhua. But in the end, we end up like quote unquote losing the Herrscher of Sentience. It's just like there's a lot of like things that happen here. It's just like there's something there that I very much prefer. And that I very much prefer how the story is being told in this game rather than in the other games. There's something there, and it keeps moving me forward. There's also the villains, dude. Otto, Kevin, everybody else that has been that has shown up. I love them. The Herrscher of the Void, Tyrion, they're interesting. If I try to think about enemies or villains in those games that I mentioned, I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing an absolute blank. The enemies for Blue Archive are so basic. I hate it. There's like nothing big going on. I played only the last part of what's supposed to be the end of part 1 for like Blue Archive, just because I was like slightly interested if they were going to throw something in. And I saw it and I thought to myself, if this had actually shown up in a single point in the story before this point in time, because it took them like 2 years to get to the end of like part 1, and before that there's like those other like stories that are just like gags that you're supposed to just be like, ha ha ha, the sensei is rizzing all the students up. It's like if they had that before on one of the other chapters, I think I would have stuck with Blue Archive in this story, because I would have actually gotten some interest off of that. But no, it never happened. So I said I pass. And also this game, even though it had like its big moment in like chapter 9, it hasn't stopped. And it keeps getting better and 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 better. And I can't wait to know what's gonna happen here. I can't wait to know what's gonna happen here and everything. I can't wait for part 1.5. I can't wait for like part 2. Even though oh my god, I always get his name wrong. Let me check his name. Even though Himal says that he hates it, it's just like, here's the thing, if this is part 2 and it's supposed to be some sort of like reset, then they're gonna have to go through this again. The exposition, the world develop, for them to like develop the world once again around like the new characters, they're gonna have to do that again. So it's probably gonna be a slow start. But I mean, I'm okay with that. I already went through this, and they already have like my trust. So we'll be fine. I don't think I'm gonna be quitting the game anytime soon. So yeah, I really love this chapter. I can see why people say that this is like a very big chapter in the game. There's so much that goes on, so much. Every single character, every single one of the main characters shows up here, and they all do like their own thing. Cele does something. Red Cele shows up, even if it's for a couple of like seconds. Mei does her thing, Bronya does her thing, Fuhua does her thing, the Herrscher of Sentience does her thing. The entire thing with Himeko is like an absolute tearjerker. The ending the ending for it is also like a tearjerker, and you just feel like the need to actually just like continue cheering on for like Kiana and screaming, which I did mentally. I didn't want to like scream and ruin like the scene that was going on. I was just going like, Kiana! I was just going absolutely ham inside my mind, just holding myself. I was just trying to just hold my subs as well. It's just like it was great. It's great. It's absolutely perfect. It's just like I couldn't have wished for more. for games, I don't really have like that big of like an expectation, because there's like no point in having like an expectation that goes all the way up to like the ceiling, because it's gonna fail you. So my expectation is just like in a basic like spot, and it's just like and it's just like at the very least at the spot of like the last chapter, and it just keeps going up every single time. The animations that they did, the choreography for the battles, they started doing in-game animations on the final battle against Herrscher of Dominance, and they also had like the CGs. You can tell the difference between the CGs because the quality actually drops a little bit, the resolution, and there's also like the black bars on the top and the bottom. So I really can't wait to see what else they start doing on like all the other chapters. I can't wait to know what's gonna happen here. Why is Otto like this? Why is the name of the chapter Dust Spoke Apocalypse? What's gonna happen here? Why is this one to the flawless? Why does Alicia show up when you think that it's gonna be just a side story for May that is actually part of like an end game content, which is the Elysian Realm? Which I need to like check, go back on the archives, because I actually started a bit of it because I wanted to get crystals, which I never really did get. Let's unlock her, because I actually have her full. But yeah, it's like so much still that I want to know. I didn't manage to do much here, but I can't wait. And of course, well, next time I'll actually see if I'll actually see what I'm going to be continuing with, if I'm going to continue with Dust Spoke Apocalypse, or if I'm going to continue with the Legion Realm. And what would be the recommendations? If anybody else has like, because I know people watch the bots for it, for like a couple of these videos, and since this was like the end of the arc, I'm gonna guess that there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be coming in and watch me in a sorry ass state as I'm crying for like Himeko, and staying like next to the like the exit to the to that space with Himeko for like a couple of minutes. But if those people also like watch it and they're like watching up to like this point in time, which I doubt, and they have any like recommendations as to what I should start playing next, I would also love to hear them. But yeah, I think I should end it here. It's I've jabbed for quite a bit. It's 3:30 p.m. I gotta do stuff. I gotta eat. Very important. I don't have much time to actually eat. But yeah, I love this game. The clapping. I clap at you, miHoyo. And somebody said, I can't remember who it was, they mentioned that Chaoyi was the one that did this entire arc, or maybe just this last chapter. So it was really good. It was really good, and it was really painful. So I can't wait to see what else he has. Just like hiding in the corner of absolute destruction of the heart of the players. I can't wait. Whew. I'm gonna need to hydrate a lot to gain those like tears and the mucus back on like my nose. But yeah, for anybody that watches the bot, for you, Strom, keep forgetting, for Himal as well, that watched like a little bit at the start, thank you very much for being with me in this like little journey. I'm very, very happy that I have somebody to just like share all these things that I'm feeling, to just like continue on japping over and over again. I mean, even if I was alone, I would continue just japping. I could do like stare into the wall that's like right in front of me, and I could talk endlessly with it forever and ever again, never stopping. But having someone else to like talk to is like really nice. So yeah, thank you, Strom. Thank you, Himal, for hanging out at the start of the streams, because I know that it's probably late for him. He might check the bot later on. But yeah, for anybody that likes, for anybody that subscribes, for everybody else, just like thank you very much for being on this journey with me. I can't wait to continue on with it, and I'm really, really hungry. I think I'm gonna rest tomorrow. I don't think there's gonna be a stream tomorrow, at the very least not a Honkai Impact 3rd stream, because I want to rest a little bit. My emotions are an absolute wreck, and I need a rest for them, so that I can just like go with full concentration and pay a lot of attention to what's going to be happening next in the story. I don't want it to be like in Monday. Yesterday I had a lot of trouble. I really should have taken the day. But yeah, thank you everyone. I'm gonna be heading out. My stomach keeps rumbling and it's not stopping. So yep, Strom, thank you for everything. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. Have a nice night and have a nice rest because you're gonna have like a lot of free time now. Bye. Thank you. Bye. Pain.